참가자 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 글로벌 인재 포럼 2020 기조 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 참가자분들께서는 준비된 자리에 착석해 주시고 아직 로비에 계신 분들은 회의장 안으로 입장하여 주시기 바랍니다. 올해는 코로나19 확산 억제를 위한 사회적 거리두기에 동참하기 위해 온라인과 오프라인 포럼을 동시에 진행하는 하이브리드 형태의 행사를 진행합니다. 글로벌 인재 포럼의 모든 세션이 이벤터스 유튜브 채널을 통해 생중계되고 있으며 오프라인으로 참석해 주신 참석자 여러분께서는 포럼 가이드에 따라 협조해 주시기 바랍니다. 감염병 예방과
In order to make sure that there are no cases of disease spreading, we would like to ask you for your cooperation. If you have any questions concerning the presentations, the materials, or program books, please utilize the forum applications to state your questions. Please refer to page 10 of the program book on how to use the application. If you have not registered for the online forum but are watching on YouTube, and if you wish to download the presentation materials or participate in the Q&A, please utilize the link for Eventus and you will be able to participate after a simple registration process. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided into English and Korean. Please utilize channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English for the offline participants. Interpretation receivers are available at your seats. We would like to also ask you to make sure that you leave the receivers on your tables on your way out. If you are watching online, we have simultaneous interpretation into Korean using subtitles, and subtitles will be available for those with hearing impairments as well.
forum YouTube, so please use it a lot. 또한 화재 등 비상
Furthermore, in case of emergencies, we would like to ask you to follow the guidance of our staff and please utilize the emergency exit routes on the screen. We also have a medical office available, so if you are in need of medical support, please let us know. Also, to minimize interruptions, we would like to ask you to switch to silent mode. Thank you very much.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. Welcome to Global HR Forum 2020. My name is Kim Na-yoon, and I will be leading you throughout the next 2 days of the Global HR Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the distinguished guests who have joined us despite your busy schedules, as well as the participants who have joined us here offline. In order to make sure that we restrain the spread of COVID-19, we are holding a hybrid conference both online and offline in order to ensure social distancing. Thank you very much to those who are participating online. Every year, Global HR Forum 2020 invites high-level officials from different governments, international organizations, as well as CEOs and scholars from around the world to discuss ways to find solutions faced by humankind. This year, the topic for the forum is AI and humans, how can we coexist? We are looking forward to discussing how to create organizations to foster talent that can coexist with AI and talk about education in the era of AI. Furthermore, in order to pursue sustainable growth and reduce inequalities, we are looking forward to utilizing AI as a means for coexistence. I look forward to today's forum becoming informative and worthy of your time. We would now like to start session 2 of this forum titled Requirements of Trustworthy AI. AI is a technology that we need for the future, and there are many conveniences provided by AI, but there are also issues of accountability, the collection of private information, as well as the possibility of substituting human jobs. And therefore, through this session, we would like to take a look at areas such as engineering, law, sociology, and human studies to take a look at the guidelines for trustworthy AI, as well as look at ways to secure equity, accountability, and transparency to make sure that there is win-win for AI providers and users. We have invited Professor Kim Byoung-il of KAIST, Professor Frank Pasquale of Brooklyn Law School, and Professor Choi Jaesik of KAIST. This session will be moderated by President Na Young-sun of the Korea Research Institute for Vocational Education and Training. Please invite the panel with a big round of applause. Professor Ra, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your explanation of plenary session 2. Let me jump right into it. My name is Na Young-sun, president of the Korea Research Institute for Vocational Education and Training, and I will be moderating this session. We are a co-host and a partner for this forum. Thank you very much to the panelists who have joined us despite the difficult circumstances, as well as the participants who have joined us both offline and online. As you're well aware, during the time of COVID-19, we are becoming more well aware of the importance of AI. We are using AI to track and also analyze the confirmed cases of COVID-19, and in order to briefly explain this session, AI is a core technology for the future, but it also encompasses social issues such as the issue of privacy. And, for example, there are ethical issues related to self-driving vehicles. And so, if we cannot prevent all of the side effects, we would need at least guidelines. And that is why we have invited our 3 speakers, as well as the audience, to discuss the requirements of trustworthy AI. So in order for us to create trustworthy AI, what are some of the concerns that we have? Through our presentations and discussions, we wish to take a look at fairness, transparency, and accountability so that we would be able to find solutions that would result in win-win solutions for both the providers and the users. Our session will last for 90 minutes. And I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our speakers, followed by 20-minute presentations. Then we will go on to a Q&A session for the remainder of the time for about 20 minutes. Let me take this opportunity to introduce our three speakers. The first presenter is Professor Kim Byoungpil of KAIST. Professor Kim has researched toward a fair society through the use of AI. That will also be the topic of his presentation. Let me briefly introduce him to you. Currently, he is a professor at the School of Business and Technology Management. He is also a lawyer by training, and he has worked on legal services using AI, as well as working on raising the productivity of compliance-related work. He is also the secretary for the AI and Law Society in Korea, and he is looking at ways to research AI ethics. Let me introduce our second speaker. We have with us Professor Frank Pasquale from the Brooklyn Law School. He will talk to us about the new laws of robotics for trustworthy AI. Professor Pasquale, he is a well-known AI algorithm and machine learning related law expert. He has also written The Black Box Society, which was also published in Korea as well. Through his book, he discusses the impact of AI on our society. A black box society looks at search engines that look into credits, and it could lead to various side effects of algorithms. And he talks about big data related issues as well as the possible response by our societies. Our third speaker, let me introduce him to you. He will talk to us about conditions for trustworthy AI. He is Professor Choi Jaesik of the Graduate School of AI at KAIST. Professor Choi is currently a professor at KAIST, and he is also a head of a AI research center supported by the government. In his name card, it says, AI to benefit people. That is indeed the AI that we dream of in the future. So I have briefly introduced our speakers to you. Listening to the three presentations, please remember that it is being streamed live on online platforms as well, so please feel free to upload your questions using the Eventus application, and also press like for the questions that you relate to. So I have briefly introduced the session, so let us jump into our presentations. So let us move on to the first presentation of the session.
소개받은 카이스트 기술
Hello, I am Byoungpil Kim of Graduate School of Innovation and Technology Management at KAIST. I'm going to talk about how we can make our society fairer by using AI. When we talk about the fairness of AI, what are some of the responses I get? Well, we're not even using AI that much. Why are we talking about fairness? We should focus on the utilization of AI. I think it's too early to talk about fairness. That's the response that I get. But if we take a step back and think about it, I think we'll see a bigger picture. My slides are in English, but I just used simple words, so I'm sure you can read. This shows the most important moments of our life. If you think about it, well, you go to school, you go to the military, you get a job, you get married, you take out a mortgage to buy a house, and you invest for your post-retirement life. You may go to the court, and you may go to the hospital, and then you die. These are the most important moments of our lives. And in all areas, AI is being utilized. The decisions that AI makes for us will determine the kind of life that we lead. The trajectory of our life will be determined by AI and the decisions that it makes. Let's just think about an ordinary day in our life. When you wake up, you read or watch the news, you go to work, you may turn on your computer for search or check your emails, and then you go shopping, you go on SNS, and then you go to sleep. And throughout the day, AI is also being utilized. So when we talk about the fairness of AI, we shouldn't wait. There are some side effects that need to be reduced to make the AI smarter. That's not the issue that we should think about. We have to think about the fairness of AI because it is very essential in our lives. So AI is being used dominantly in our lives, and we will be talking about AI today and tomorrow. So, what is AI? I get that question a lot. For the 2 days, you will be listening to many presentations on AI, and please think of AI as a function. Well, the Korean students learn function in middle school and high school. So y equals fx. That's the formula. And you get the input x, and then you get the output y. And so you remember what function is from your math classes. And AI is exactly that. So Siri is the output by taking the input of audio signals, and AI could be the translator of taking a different language as an input to output it to another language that is translated. And AI is also diagnosis. You get the medical images as an input, and then you can diagnose the disease. Then what are the input factors and what are the output factors and how are they determined? You can think of AI in these terms. So that was the introduction part. So what's the big deal about these functions making an impact on our lives? I want to get your opinion. If you have a PC or a laptop, please enter in polev.com/trustai. If you have a smartphone, please take it out and enter this in one of the browsers, polev.com/trustai. And you can answer the questions. I'm going to throw out to you 3 questions. The first question is as follows. You are the head of HR in a large company. You get a lot of CVs every year, and it takes a lot of time and effort to screen these CVs. Will you be using AI to automate the CV screening? If you're online, looking at the internet, please choose your answer. I'm getting the answers real time and it's showing in this screen. Never use 0%. I will definitely use 15%. And so most people answered, I will probably use. And there are only 20 to 25% who are not likely to use. And so that was it for question 1. 75% of the respondents will consider and will use AI in CV screening. Moving on to question number 2. I'm sure the screen changed on your phones. You are a job applicant. And 3/4 of the HR people will be screening you using AI. Do you think AI HR will be fairer than a human HR? 3/4 of the applicants, 3/4 of the people said they are going to use AI for screening CVs, and 60% of the people said that AI will be fairer than HR people. I think it's better to use AI, looking at it from this brief survey. And now let's move on to the last question. In 20 years' time, you did something wrong and you have to go to trial. And you can choose between an AI judge and a human judge. Who would you leave the trial to? Well, I'm saying this in 20 years' time because we don't have an AI judge now. We are getting half and half. Human judges about 57%, and AI judges about 30%. In corporate environment, people are less resistant to relying on AI, but why are they more resistant to relying on AI in courtrooms? That's because we have different expectations from the corporate environment and the courtroom environment. We are letting AI make decisions in certain aspects of our lives, and what are the issues at stake? If we think about the self-driving cars, they get the pictures and images as input factors, and if something goes wrong, our life and safety may be jeopardized. And going back to the job opportunities, AI could screen the CVs instead of ourselves. And if AI makes the wrong decision, then our job opportunity could be lost. There are many companies that are utilizing AIs for interviews, and I do have some concerns. It's not scientifically proven technologies that are put to use too early. That's the concern that I have now. And sometimes AIs are used to determine whether the person has high IQs or if they're terrorist prone, looking at their facial features. And I don't think that is scientific at all, and the technology may be dangerous. And AI could be used for screening loans, and you can have a check over the bank transactions and get the credit rating of the loan applicant. And what are the issues at stake here? I'm showing you two graphs. On the left-hand side, It's the distribution of credit ratings in the US, going from low credit to high credit scores. And we looked at how many people are delinquent on their loan payment. We see that the lower the score rating, they defer their loan payment, whereas the people with the higher scores, they pay in time. But where do the credit card companies make money? The delinquent people, they pay interest, so the credit card companies make more money from the people with low credit scores. So if you ask AI, who should I be dealing with as my customer, then the AI will be telling you you should transact with people with lower credit scores because they are more profitable. And so this could have a negative effect on wealth distribution. We were talking about AI judges a while ago in the US. In the judiciary process, AI-like functions are used. You get the CCTV footage, and then you look at whether the person should be arrested. If you let the person go, will he recommit other crimes? You look at the likelihood. We have to think about the fairness and justice, and that will be decided by the AI, and that's what we have concerns about. I think you are going through this. You post a video on YouTube, you write a comment, and you want to see whether it's improper or whether it's plagiarism. And AI does a lot of content moderation. Does it conflict with the freedom of expression, freedom of speech? Does it conflict with democracy? The function will be determining everything. And so we do have to think about the fairness of AI. Then, what is fairness? It's very difficult to define fairness. As a legal expert, I would like to quote from the Korean Constitution. Paragraph 1, Article 11 of the Korean Constitution says everyone is equal in front of the law and they have the right to be not discriminated against because of gender, religion, social class, in all areas of political, economic, social, and cultural spheres. And so the minimum of fairness is non-discrimination that is stipulated in the Korean Constitution. So what should we do to make sure that AI is fair? Religion, gender, social class. If we don't use that as input factor, then I think AI will act in a fair manner, right? In 2010, at the Board of Audit, they used the input factor of education level to do credit scoring, and then they said that was not fair, so let's not do that anymore. And so deciding not to use certain input factors that raise the fairness of AI. On the left, you see Athena, and she has her eyes blindfolded to be just and fair. And so we call this blindness standard. Then what is the blindness standard? So we apply the same yardstick to everyone. Will it be fair? So, yes, equality can be provided if we apply the same conditions, but we don't call that fair. It has to be like on the right hand side to ensure equity. Many institutions adopted blind interviews. And after the blind interviews, it was found that less women were hired, and graduates from colleges in major cities were hired more, and older people had less opportunities in getting jobs. So blindness has its limitations. When we talk about fairness, it's not just about AI. We have to think about the social structure, the wage difference by gender. And when we look at the university freshmen, many of them are from well to do families instead of not so wealthy families. And so we have to think about these structural issues. In order to resolve the structural issues, what should we do? As I asked you in the brief survey, we have to first decide whether to leave the decision to humans or to AI, which is more fair. About 60% of you said that you prefer human judges over AI judges. And when you go into the presidential petition bulletin, many people request AI judges. But we don't have any AI judges developed, so we cannot hire AI judges. Why are so many people petitioning for the adoption of the AI judge system? I talked about the interviews in large companies and the case about the AI judges. Deep down in Koreans' hearts, maybe for historic reasons or cultural reasons, so many people have distrust and mistrust about people in authority making arbitrary decisions. I talked to a professor of history and I asked him about why the village heads made such arbitrary decisions in the past. In the Joseon dynasty, all the village heads acted as judges, and even though they didn't have legal expertise, that was one of their roles. So whether they were good or bad, they had to make a ruling. And the reason why some people think AI judges are better than human judges is because we know for sure that AI will not be making arbitrary decisions. And second, when we compare the AI judges and the human judges, I think it comes back to the issue of black box. Dr. Pasquale has written a very good book, The Black Box Society. It is a recommended read, so please do that when you go home. And going back to the function, it's very difficult how the function works, what X factor goes in and what Y factor comes out in the AI. It's like a black box process. Just because AI is like a black box, and if we leave the decision to humans, what happens? Amazon had tried using AI in hiring people. And if there's a word female in the CV, you get a minus score. And so Amazon decided not to adopt AI in its screening process. If AI is not used, then what happens? We have to rely on human interviewers. Why did AI do that? Because AI learned from the past practices and behaviors of humans. That's how AI interviewer picked up this. So AI will not be arbitrary, and AI will be more transparent if we train it that way. Professor Jaesik is going to talk later about the technical side of how we can train AI to be fair and more transparent. So y equals fx. That's the black box, and we have to open up the black box and make it more transparent so that we can use AI in a smart manner to combat discrimination. This concludes my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Byoungpil Kim. Another round of applause. He has given us hopeful messages about how AI can become less arbitrary. Moving on to the next presentation.
님께
Let us turn the microphone to Professor Pasquale. Another big round of applause, please.
My sincere thanks for this opportunity, and it is terrific to follow such a fascinating and insightful presentation. And I sincerely thank the sponsors of the event for the chance to continue my dialogue on new laws of robotics as a way of thinking about the future of AI. In terms of thinking about this issue of new laws of robotics for trustworthy AI, I'm trying to continue a project that I began with the book, The Black Box Society. And in The Black Box Society, which I was so thrilled to have translated for Korea, for Korean audiences, I was particularly focused on the problem of AI that was too complex or rendered too opaque by either legal or technical factors. And what I'm trying to do, and that was a critique, The Black Box Society, my 2015 book, was a critique of many aspects of contemporary society. What I'm trying to do with new laws of robotics is to offer a vision for human computer and human AI cooperation. And so that is going to be the theme today of these slides on trustworthy AI. The fundamental tension or choice that I hope to explore here is the contrast between a robot as a tool or as a partner. Will robots or AI be seen as modes of complementing human expertise and human intelligence, or will they be seen as substitutes? That complement or substitute idea is something that is animating large research programs in artificial intelligence and another field known as intelligence augmentation. And so I think that as we consider the future of AI, we should consider, do we want to only focus on AI itself, or do we want to focus on the possibility for intelligence augmentation via technology to enhance rather than replace human expertise? I think that transcending the binary and getting beyond the idea of whether we have to choose between AI and humans will help us in many ways to develop a more just and fair society, and also will help us to look at or to provide jobs for more and more persons. Because I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for new jobs to arise. Leslie Wilcox, a brilliant scholar of outsourcing and automation at the London School of Economics, has talked about an exponential increase in the amount of work because of data gathering. So we could just as easily tell a narrative about the future of our society where there's more and more work to be done as we have one of jobless futures. And I think that this is going to be this is a major part of the challenge in coming years. And I would finally say in this robot as tool or partner dichotomy, one of the essays that was in this collection on the Oxford Handbook of Ethics of AI that I had the privilege to co-edit was a comparison of Korean and Japanese approaches, and particularly trends within the thought on AI in both schools of thought. And they talked about how there are some trends toward a tool status for AI and some toward partnership. And I think that as we think further about keeping robots as tools and AI as tools, that will keep the technical in its place as a helper to domain experts, be they journalists, lawyers, doctors, others, rather than as premature substitutes for them. Just on a humorous note, this is one robot which has a little sign on it saying, "Please don't touch or I'll break," right? And I think that what I mean to dramatize here is that when a robot is seen as a substitute for a person, it is very hard to make it trustworthy. It's hard to make people trustworthy. You know, we all have these problems with respect to trying to find trustworthy persons as employees or in institutions. And I think that we have spent hundreds or thousands of years trying to develop institutions and social, cultural institutions to help make persons more trustworthy. But it's so difficult with machines because we don't share a common substrate or a common experience of feeling, right? I think that that's sort of at the core of the justice system, and I think that sort of helps explain some of the results in the polls, is that at the core of the justice system is this common sense of feeling. And I think that's really lacking with lots of machines. And that's why we have to recognize the fragility of AI and robotics when it is seen as a substitute for persons rather than as a complement to them. Now, of course, I'm not saying prevent substitution in all situations. I think there are many paradigm cases for rapid automation. The robot pictured in this slide is called Baxter, and the Baxter robot will watch workers and will quickly copy the movements of the workers in its robotic arms. A robot is just an arrangement of a sensor, an information processor, and machinery, actuators. And in many of these fields, including manufacturing, logistics, transport, mining, and agriculture, we can see really good paradigm cases for rapid automation because they are by and large routine. We know, for example, when we want to get from point A to point B, that there's a destination in play and that destination has been set. Similar with respect to mining, agriculture, other areas. Now, I'm not saying to entirely automate and robotize all of these fields 100%, but I am saying that the questions of values and the questions of judgment are much less in these fields than they are in the fields of, say, law, medicine, journalism, engineering, and many professional fields. And I think that division between the professions and other fields will be fundamental to the future of work and labor. That we're going to see essentially the work that will endure in the future will be work that is professionalized, where we have education, institutions that help practitioners in the field to understand what's better, what's worse, how to better translate clients or students or patients or others' needs and wants into a framework for mutual advance. But I think that in these other fields where they can be more routinized, you're going to see rapid substitution. For example, medicine is more than pattern recognition, stimulus, and response. If we were to go back to the examples of fast automation, right, that's where I think that this is really about pattern recognition, stimulus, and response. You see a bottle, you move the arm, you move the bottle to the box, right? Is medicine really similar? No. It's not, because as we are moving into fields of diagnosis, of optimal treatment, we have an emphasis on the patient's informed consent and understanding of what to do about their problems. So for example, an artificial intelligence program may eventually tell you better than any dermatologist whether a mole on your hand is cancer or is just benign, right? However, once you know about that mole, you have to decide what to do. And to decide what to do, you probably will need a professional who will help you decide, say, which AI surgeon could take it out, even if it needs to be done with surgery, whether to pursue chemotherapy, all the different modalities of cancer treatment that could be given. All of those things, I think, are going to require a person to mediate between the AI and robotics and the person who's affected by them. In that way, I think the future of AI in medicine is a lot like the future of drugs. When we developed drugs, we didn't say, let's get rid of doctors. We said we need doctors to tell us which drugs to take and which not to in many situations when they're serious drugs. And I think we're going to see a similar divide where there's going to be some AI that you can just buy at the store and use, and some AI where it's important to have a professional judging how well it works and whether it's appropriate for your use. That leads me to the new laws of robotics in my book, and this book was, in a way, the title is inspired by a response to Isaac Asimov's laws of robotics. And those are classic laws of robotics from his 1942 short story, Runaround. And Asimov was focused on making sure robots don't harm people. I'm trying to make sure that robots and AI are durably controlled by persons, so that they can be governed and that we are governing technology rather than being governed by technology. So the new laws of robotics that I articulate in my recent book are that robotics and AI should be complementary in professions, that we should choose intelligence augmentation over pure artificial intelligence in professions. Second, that robots and AI should not counterfeit or fake humanity. For example, if you see bots online that are just programs, those should be labeled as such. We should never have to worry and try to figure out whether something is a robot or a person, or something online is a real person account or a robot's account or a bot account. Thirdly, that there should be cooperation and no destructive arms races. And so that is primarily about military and policing, but there are other applications that we can discuss in the Q&A if people are interested. And finally, responsibility. That any AI or robotics out there should be attributed, its ownership and control and accountability should be attributed to humans. And I think that last part is very important because it is essentially a bulwark against, or a protection against, artificial general intelligence running away and getting out of control, right? If every bit of AI has to be attributed to a person, we can force that person to turn it off, change it, go to prison if it does something wrong. We don't really know how to punish robots and AI, but we do know how to punish people. And that's why we must attribute every robotics or AI to a person. Now, thinking further about trustworthy AI, I just want to give some very practical examples of these principles. Sometimes we're going to need safety to be better built into technology. And that, I think, is the example of the 737 MAX plane in the US, which had some AI-like components that were meant to stabilize the plane in the event of emergency situations, but which actually were not properly designed to complement the pilot's expertise. Another example is the Uber self-driving car that ran over a pedestrian in Arizona in the US, I believe last year or 2 years ago. And in the case of this Uber self-driving car, they knew that there might be some problems with the self-driving system, so they had a guardian driver watching the road, but the guardian driver is alleged at the point of the impact to have been looking at her phone, right? So there was a self-driving car, a person watching the AI system driving the car, but that person was actually watching their phone. Okay, so it raises interesting questions about what's the next step then, right? If we have AI that we want to have watched by humans, but we know humans are not that good at constantly watching a system that usually goes right, what do we do? Well, one thing we could do is we could watch the humans who are watching the AI, right? And that model, that vision, may be, in the end, a dream or a nightmare, right? It's a dream if we can figure out ways to humanely incentivize people to do tasks that are ultimately part of a meaningful work or profession. It's a nightmare if we are essentially trying to turn humans into machines to watch machines, right? And that is a fundamental divide that people like Jaron Lanier, Evan Selinger, Brett Frischman have written about in many books, or in their books, You Are Not a Gadget, and in the book, Reengineering Humanity. They've talked about this danger. And I think that, in terms of thinking about how to avoid that danger, part of that will involve cooperation between labor and management to create humane systems of watching and surveillance, right? And we see this in some areas in the US and in Canada in terms of cameras on caregivers who are at nursing homes. We don't have even though the people in the nursing home are very vulnerable, we don't demand that there is a camera watching every nurse and aide in a nursing home all the time, right? And I think that's because we realize that's an inhuman setup. But we have to learn, I think, further from, or we can learn from those types of scenarios. My ultimate premises here is that responsible AI development is a critical social aim, and I've just listed a few of the articles that I've written about these ideas, just to give a sense of how this work culminated in the new laws of robotics. Second, that contemporary AI development is data intensive, and that several overlapping regimes govern data collection, analysis, and use. The inaccurate, inappropriate data can have massive adverse impacts, and here's where I'm going to bring it home to the law, because I think that the legal system does have an important role to play, although it too can learn from AI and robotics. That there should be tort liability for many uses of inaccurate or inappropriate data, for example, with respect to both the Boeing, the airplane, and the car examples I gave, and that regulators can help us learn what should be the standard of care. How much effort should those developing AI and robotics put into making sure that certain accidents don't happen, that the systems don't malfunction, and that they are optimized? So that's going to be a very important aspect of law, but we have to simultaneously watch out for legal irresponsibility. So my last slide was all about creating legal responsibility. However, for every effort to create legal responsibility, there are also what I call the horsemen of irresponsibility. This is a Durer print. I know it's a bit dramatic, but the idea here is that there are those who are trying to cut down legal responsibility through things like preemption, saying that a nation's laws should preempt all lower level laws, or international rules should preempt any national laws. Secondly, just plain old deregulation, to deregulate these fields. And finally, what is called an exculpatory clause, which would allow the person selling AI or robotics to force the person buying it to sign away their rights, to give up their rights. And I think that's a very problematic legal idea. And I think we have to watch out for that, because if we allow every seller of AI and robotics to put an exculpatory clause into every sale or license, that means we're going to get rid of legal responsibility, right? It's just going to be people are going to sign away their rights. We have to prevent that. So my ultimate goal here is to preserve a balance. I think that AI development is very exciting and to be applauded. We saw some wonderful examples already, and we're going to see many more in the future, of artificial intelligence that is both improving upon human capacities and also contributing to human capacities, contributing to more expertise. But it will only be fair and just if tort law is informed by standards of care informed by expert regulation. And my idea there is that there are going to be problems, there are going to be accidents, there are going to be things that happen because AI and robotics can't currently anticipate all the situations that humans can. And when that happens, when those accidents happen, we have to have responsibility. And that responsibility can be developed, I believe, in a fair-minded way that does not turn into a system of machines watching humans, watching machines, watching humans, right? We can do something beyond that. We can develop a vision of AI beyond that that is going to help us to ensure cooperation between humans and AI rather than AI being interposed as or imposed as a way of governing and influencing human decisions. Right? So with that, I really appreciate it. I look forward to the Q&A, and thanks so much for having me. Thanks.
네, 좋은 발표.
Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. Professor Pasquale, thank you very much. Another big round of applause, please. Of course, we can benefit from AI, but in the end, we need to create a fair society through management and monitoring. And for that, we will need new laws and new rules so that we can have a balanced and fair society. So we talked about the conditions of AI for such a result. Professor Pasquale did not have a very long time to present, but he managed his time very well.
저희가 마이크
And now the third speaker, Dr. Choi Jaesik, he is going to talk about the requirements of trustworthy AI. 20 minutes, please. Good morning, everyone. I am Choi Jaesik from Graduate School of AI at KAIST. As an engineer who develops AI, I would like to focus on XAI, Explainable Artificial Intelligence. Two professors have given excellent talks. AI is changing and impacting our society, and people have all agreed on that point. In 2025, the automation of knowledge work may reach up to $6.7 trillion, and that's quadruple the Korea GDP. And if we look at the occupations, managing people or sales and expert knowledge workers, they won't be replaced, but data collecting, data processing, and predictable physical work may be easily replaced. And the proportion of replacement is in the range of 60 to 70%. And the susceptible activities account for 50% of U.S. wages. That's the report that came out in McKinsey. As such, it seems like the technology will change the whole world. Going back to 2005, this was the DARPA Grand Challenge. The DoD of the U.S. hosted this challenge, and many universities participated. It was just a little stadium not going across the desert. It was to let an unmanned vehicle cross the stadium. And it was very difficult to succeed in this mission. And with the development of the AI technology, fast forward 10 years, Google came up with Waymo. Stanford University had a winner in the Grand Challenge, and that winning team moved to Google and developed Waymo for many years. After going through experiments, they announced that the era of self-driving cars is soon upon us. As Doctors Kim and Pasquale mentioned, we do have accidents, and this was a notorious fatal accident. It was an Uber car. There was an accident in Arizona, and the safety driver was watching Hulu. And the AI system seems to work well, but when the system gets complex, how and when can we make the system? Even the developer cannot control it well. Uber did come up with the self-driving car and it did function well, but in dark streets, the car was not able to respond properly when a pedestrian was crossing the street. And so there were no regulations in place, and the developer did not think of all the scenarios. And so that's the issue. And there's a compass used to predict crime. When you look at the criminal, you look at the data and you think of the likelihood of that offender being a recidivist. So on the left-hand side, you have a Dylan who has one attempted burglary, and on the right-hand side, we have Bernard who resisted arrest without violence. And the AI system looked at the two of them and said that Dylan has a low risk of recommitting crime, but Bernard had a high risk of 10. And what happened? The subsequent offenses, Dylan was guilty of 3 drug possessions, but Bernard did not commit any crimes. And so AI algorithm, if there is data bias to begin with, AI will accept the human's bias and then come up with the wrong decision. And so the bias could be in the data, the bias could be in the model or in the algorithm. Of course, we cannot do away with all the biases, but we have to know what bias is in the model. Then we can abide by the regulations that Professor Pasquale mentioned. And so the EU is leading in the regulatory framework. It has a general data protection regulation. There's Articles 13 and 14, right to explanation. Of course, Article 17 talks about the right to be forgotten. But Article 22 also says that the data subject shall have the right not to be subject to a decision based solely on automated processing. And so you have the right to getting explanation. And, there are other articles in the GDPR. And if you are in violation, the company may be subject to penalty, maximum 4% of its worldwide revenues. And so our life, our property may be at risk. And let's say we are in the hospital and the AI makes a life or death decision. And if it's a self-driving car, and if we're to develop AI that goes in the defense industry, and if the AI makes automated decisions that could determine the movement of trillions of dollars, then we have to have the AI to be able to explain the reason. We're getting good AI algorithms, and in order to apply this to the defense industry, there are 3 waves of AI. The first wave was to describe, and second wave was to categorize, statistical learning, and now the third wave is explain, the XAI. Let's say the child is holding a baseball bat instead of a toothbrush, then you have to explain. And for the second picture, if it's not a panda and if it's a gibbon, then why did you think that it's a gibbon? And if someone tweets Hitler did nothing wrong, then the AI should be able to explain why Hitler did not commit any crimes. So why it made that decision. And so when some AIs are prone to errors, then you have to have the model be able to explain. Then it will be able to explain when it can make that decision. But also when it's not able to make the decision. And so for XAI, there are some trade-offs. There are algorithms with good explainability and good predictability. And if you have a predictable AI, then it has less explainability, like deep learning. But the vice versa also holds true. Better explainability, but less predictability. But we want to work on both. We talk about deep learning and deep neural network a lot. And I would like to talk about that deep neural network. The deep learning model, when we think about it, the brain processes the information through the eyes and through the ears. The signals come in and the signals propagate, and then the brain makes the judgment of it's a cat or it's a dog. And of the visual inputs, we make the judgment of why it is a dog and not a cat, looking at all the properties. And it goes through such computational and tracking algorithm. And we call that input attribution method. And of the inputs, we look at the key inputs. And if it's a cat, then we go back to the input factors, and then we mark red the key inputs that makes the object undecidedly a cat. And NVIDIA and Google came up with PilotNet. You get the images as an input, and the output is the angle of the steering wheel. And if the self-driving car tilts to the left, then the AI can explain, I tilted the steering wheel to the left because the road was curving. And if it curved to the right, then I tilted it to the right because the road was meandering in that direction. So the question is, if you want to drive a self-driving car, which would you buy? Would you like to buy the one with this option or without the option? Let's say AI makes decisions in a medical setting, and when you have to take a drug, if the AI explains to you why you have to take the drug, explaining the reason, would you use that AI that explains? I would think so. And as the technology developed, what are some of the things that we're researching recently? And I talked to a medical doctor, and he said that it's very much similar to the study of the brain and the neural network. We were curious about what each brain cell does, and in the neural network, in the deep neural network, what parts react more strongly to certain input signals. And we call this the segmentation. And with the model, we kind of dissect. And we look at the nodes in the neural network, and we look at when and which sites were activated. So certain node lights up when an input is coming in, and certain nodes light up when there is grass, when there's airplane. And so with the AI system, we go through deep learning, and then we can predict when certain nodes are activated and certain nodes are not activated. And so we know which node responds to certain signals. There must be cells that react to cars and that react to airplanes in the human brain. And so likewise, we have knowledge of different nodes in the deep neural network reacting and responding to different signals. And we can think of the deep neural networks in this fashion. And so we have different parts of the neural network playing different roles, and we wanted to have a more granular look into the deep neural network. This is a 3D space. Let's say it's 8,000 dimensional space, and then we divide the space into 4,000 lattices, and we let each partition create its own image. And so the surrounding walls will be producing different similar images. And so you partition the brain and make the parts perform similar functions. But if it's an 8,000 dimensional space, then you divide that into 4,000 lattices, and it's not all flat, but it's curvy. And we use the robot planning algorithm, and we look into the sections, and this is concave, convex, and we see that they're not all flat, they're all bent, so it's very difficult to find the sections. And what we can do is, this is a sample that I came up with. It's the neural network that produces new images. Well, it may be too small to see, and the red area is the boundary in which similar images are produced. So it's 8,000 dimensions, but it's plotted on a 2D graph, and the images expand in blue and in orange, and you see that the green is different from the other colors. Can you see that the windows are generated more compared to the other columns? When you go in the green direction, you see the image where windows are created more. And in the blue direction, and if you compare that with the orange direction, in the blue, you see that in the background, you have some grayish color, but in the orange direction, you kind of have sunsets in the background. So there are subtle differences, but we came up with this algorithm to have a microscopic view into these images. And we tried out these things, and according to a German research team, you can tell ships and trains and horses, and where do you look at to separate out these modes of transportation? And when you look at the ship, it's not the ship that you're looking at, but the ocean is always there. The shape of the ship always changes, but the ocean is always water. And so when water appears, you make the judgment of a ship. And for a train, you call it a train, looking at the rail tracks. And when you call it a horse, you don't actually look at just a horse. There's always a caption of a photograph taking a picture of the horse. And so that could be a bias because we are relying on the caption description to call a horse. We can create better AI if the AI can explain its reasoning and decisions. This is Mollard. It's brown and white. It has a green head, and its beak is yellow. And so we provided that to the AI, and the AI got it wrong. I got it right. The first mallard was a male, and this one is female. And so we asked the AI to explain how you tell the difference between the female and the male. And it says the head is green. But that's not the right answer. So we have to go back and adjust. The beak is yellow, so that is correct. And brownish white body, that is also correct. But when we ask it, how come you said the head is green? The AI could not explain. And so going back to AI's reasoning, we can fine-tune the AI precision. We have to have the technology for AI and humans to coexist together, and we are developing more mature technologies in deep learning, and we have to verify the AI decisions. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much. Thank you. The two first experts were focused on the legal aspect, and the third presentation was hardcore technology and engineering, and you talked about how to create better AI to benefit the human society. Thank you for all the presentations. I was very good in managing time, so we can have 20 minutes of Q&A.
이 태블릿을 통해서 들어온
We do have questions from the online platform, but we do not have many. It seems that we have about 3 questions from our online platform. I will select the questions and continue our discussions based on these questions. My question, the first question is a question that goes to Professor Kim Byoungpil.
제가 질문을 띄울게요.
Yes, I will show it on the screen. I think we need to introduce the AI judges, but I think people are hesitant about that because we do rely on the ethical and personal merits of the human judge. Do you think that AI judge can perform? Yes, that's a very difficult question. To answer the question that you asked, the AI judge may not be humane enough. That's the perception that we have. But if you flip that, what is being humane? I think we have to visit that question. There are many things that we can do with AI. That's mostly numerical things. AI is a function, so you put in the input factor in the x, and then the y would be the judgments and rulings made by the judge. And when the technology develops, I think we'll be able to put in as input factors more that are not just numerical but humane as the input factor. But I think the person who asked the question already has this prejudice about the AI judge being not humane enough. But judges have to distance themselves from more humane and emotional sentiments. There are people who think that judges should be cold-headed. And so I don't think it's a matter of technology. I think this is a normative issue. And how that normative question plays out, we may be able to develop the technology further. And even if we can produce the AI judge, I don't think people will be ready to accept that AI judge. And so we have to have the normative judgment capabilities of an AI judge, and I think people will be able to embrace that. Thank you. So, to manage AI, we have to make a human centered approach and effort. Moving on to the second question.
This question goes to Professor Pasquale. This question was written in English.
The law and legal system to give the penalty to AI based on biased data or logic, which damages to human.
Yes, this is an excellent
네.
question. Sorry. Oh.
Yeah.
I am so sorry to have interrupted. I was too eager to answer the question. It is an excellent question about the damages that could be caused by biased data. And I think it would depend on the situation. To give a very concrete example, with respect to AI that is used to diagnose disease, you could imagine a future where the data set that is used in that system does not adequately represent all groups in society. So, for example, minority groups may not be adequately represented in that data, and then it may miss a problem in someone from that minority group. So then the question becomes, how do we compensate for that? And the law can go in two directions. One would be to say, as long as the AI helped in general, then, this is unfortunate, but it's nothing that we can compensate for. Another approach would say, if we allow that to happen, then we will continually underserve and fail to serve minority groups who are not represented in the data set. So in a Columbia Law Review article that I wrote last year, I said that there have to be some standards of responsibility, both regulation to promote the inclusion of less represented groups, but also tort liability and judicial liability in situations where there is a repeated failure to incorporate adequate and accurate data when we are aware of the problems that can be caused by a failure to include such data. But thank you for the excellent question.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. In the end, we need to make sure that there are no misuses of AI. We also need to make sure that we lay down the conditions for AI to be beneficial to all humans. Let us go on to the third question. I would like to share that on screen. And this question is a bit more detailed, and this question goes to Professor Choi Jaesik.
제가 그럼 답변을 선택하겠습니다.
Let me bring up the question for you. Well, this question goes through to all of you.
Sticks are to built into the AI devices to help increase people's trust in those devices. 네, 아마 제가
This question is about how to enhance trust in the AI devices. What can we do? What can we add to the devices? I would like to ask Professor Choi to answer first, and then Frank, and then Byoungpil in that order. So maybe a 2-minute answer from each of you. I did talk about the samples, and I talked about why the self-driving car tilted to the left or tilted to the right. So visually, and there could be some audio interactivity with the user. If there is a system like that, I think that would be much better. People may be curious about why did you make that movement, and so AI could answer in an audio or it could produce a visual answer. One thing I missed in my presentation was the AI system makes decisions, but if you go in too much detail, then it may be too difficult for people to understand. And so AI should be able to give an adequate level of answer. So if it's a child, then the AI should be able to answer in that regard. And if it's a legal question, then the AI should be able to go into that much depth. Thank you. So customized AI, that's what you said. Next, Professor Pasquale.
Thank you. And another deeply insightful question. I will focus on robots, and I will suggest something that the Princeton professor Ed Felton mentioned years ago, which is the idea that if a robot is recording you, it should indicate that via an easily understandable sign. So for example, on older or video cameras, when the video camera is on, a red light comes on. And I think that we really need to preserve this into the future, because there are so many ways in which robotics, or even something like Google Glass, like sort of a very tiny camera being attached to someone's glasses, could be recording everyone. And people may say, well, that's not fair, because if someone's listening to you and trying to remember, we don't require the person to have a light on their head or something if they're listening. But I think that we need to create these rules for robotics, because the recording can be so perfect, right? It can be so perfect and so powerful and durable and digitally stored. And it reminds me a bit of the mention of the right to be forgotten, as an idea. And I think that this is a very important aspect of accountability, that robots and any system with sort of recording capacity indicate that that's happening. And I think that that's going to be, that idea can be put into many systems. So for example, if a drone flies by you, there's a flying robot, a drone that comes by, you should be able to point your phone at the drone and know immediately who owns it, so that you can report it to the state if there's a problem with the drone or if there's something else going on there. It's just like a license plate for cars. So I think that just as we have license plates for cars, we need an identification system for all robotics that are in society. And just as we had lights on cameras to indicate recording, we need lights on any robotic system that would indicate any sort of audio or visual recording.
네, 감사합니다. 그럼 김병필 교수.
Thank you. Now, Professor Kim Byoungpil, your answer, please.
저는 아마 질문 주
I think the person who asked the question may be actually doing AI related work. So from a developer's perspective, if I launch this product, how much will people have trust in my product? I think it's only a natural answer. And you asked, what are additional characteristics? But I want to talk about, well, you don't need additional things. I think you need to stick to the basics. If AI can act precisely, then people will trust that device. If not, people won't trust. Sometimes the AI is perfect or is not perfect in other times, and the humans will be able to catch that pattern. Tesla came up with a self-driving car, and people like the technology. And so you turn on the self-driving capability, and some people go to sleep in the cars. And if there is a car accident, the driver is held accountable. Shouldn't you have the capability to keep the driver from sleeping? It's not a matter of trust. It's people trust the device too much. And so when you approach this question, if the AI maturity level is not too high, and then there may be too much trust in the device, and so we should be cautious. And so going back to the question, make the AI device right and then talk about additional characteristics. Thank you. You have given such insightful answers. Professor Pasquale, you talked about you have to have the sign to notify that you're being recorded or videotaped. And Professor Kim, you talked about don't trust the AI too much. We are dealing with the futuristic technology AI, but I think it's very much part of our lives now, even because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The technology is becoming mature and is going to dominate over society, and people have this question of how can we create a fair society. And so we've had quite an intellectual talk. We only have 1 to 2 minutes remain in the session. We only had about 3 questions on the platform. I think it is time to close the session. I think it was a good opportunity for you to talk about and think about the role of AI that benefits the human society to make it fairer and more transparent. We're living under difficult situations. I'd like to thank all the offline and online participants. Please keep safe and healthy. And with that, I'd like to conclude the session. Thank you.
네, 유익한 시간을
Thank you very much to our panelists and our moderator for this great session. Another big round of applause, please. Through the presentations and Q&A, I learned quite a bit on what technologies to trust and what are the conditions for trustworthy technologies. That was plenary session 2. We would now like to have a lunch break until 1:20. Please utilize the name tags as well as the vouchers for those who have applied for lunches during registration. Please bring your vouchers with you to the Walker Hill Theater. We look forward to your participation in the afternoon as well. I am Kim Na-yoon. Thank you very much.
잠시 후 글로벌 인재 포럼 2020 특별 강연이 시작될 예정입니다.
We are just about to resume for the special session of this afternoon. We would like to ask you to please come inside and take your seats. Due to COVID-19, we are practicing social distancing, and therefore we have both online and offline participation for this forum this year. All of the sessions are being streamed live via YouTube. And for those of you participating offline, we look forward to your cooperation for social distancing. We look forward to your cooperation so that we may have a safe event. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided for Korean and English. For those of you who are here offline, please set your receivers to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Please make sure that you utilize the receivers on your seats, and please also leave them on your seats on your way out as well. Online, we have subtitles in Korean, and all of the events have subtitles for the benefit of people with hearing impairments.
On the Global HR Forum YouTube. So please use it a lot. 또한 화재 등 비상 상황 발생 시에는 직원의 안내에 따라
Also, please refer to the emergency exit routes on the screen for any cases of emergencies. We also have medical offices available, and so if you are in need of medical support, please let us know. If you have any questions throughout the event, and if you have any questions on our program or the program handbook, please utilize the application available for Q&A. Please refer to page 10 of your handbook for how to utilize our participation app. If you are not able to ask questions via YouTube because you have not pre-registered for this event, please utilize the Event Us link on the bottom of your screen, and you will be able to participate in Q&A and download materials after a simple registration process. We would also like to ask you to minimize interruptions by turning off your cellular phones or switching to silent mode. Thank you.
네, 점심 식사는 맛있게 하셨는지.
I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It is great to meet you again. My name is Kim Na-yoon. I will be leading you throughout the next 2 days of the Global HR Forum. We will continue to plenary session 4. We would like to ask you for your patience while we rearrange the stage. All of the sessions are being live streamed on YouTube and the Adventus app. For those of you who are participating offline, we ask you to follow the directions for social distancing.
다시 한번 안내드립니다만
Once again, if you have any questions throughout the session, or if you have any questions about the presentation materials or handbooks, please utilize the forum applications and you may be able to register your questions. Please refer to page 10 of your handbook on how to utilize the forum app. If you are watching on YouTube without pre-registration but wish to participate in real-time Q&A or download the relevant materials, please use the Eventus link at the bottom of your screen, and you may be able to participate in the Q&A or download materials after a simple registration process. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided into English and Korean. For those of you who are here on site, please utilize channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. The interpretation receivers have been placed at your seats, and when you leave your seats, please make sure that you leave your receivers on your seats. Simultaneous interpretation is provided through subtitles, and for the benefit of the people with hearing impairments, we have subtitles for all of our sessions.
네, 그럼 이어서
Let us continue to plenary session 4, how to nurture AI experts.
AI로 인해 달라진 미래 사회를 이끌어갈
We are looking for how to nurture innovative talent for the future. During this session, we will take a look at the activities in higher education. We have invited scholars to discuss how to nurture AI experts. We have with us distinguished Professor Michael Jordan from the University of California, Berkeley. We have with us President Seo Jung-yeon, Professor Jeong-Dong from KAIST, and Mr. Kim Hyung-wook from KT. This session will be moderated by Director Chang Byung-tak of AI Institute at Seoul National University. Professor, thank you very much for your participation. The title of our session is How to Nurture AI Experts. We have 4 presenters for this session. We would like to ask them to present for 15 minutes each before we continue with our discussions. The first presenter is Professor Michael Jordan.
The first speaker is Professor Michael Jordan from University of California, Berkeley. He's a professor at the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, and also Department of Statistics. He received numerous awards and honors, including IEEE John von Neumann Medal and David Rummelhart Prize. He's also fellow of many societies, including American Association for the Advancement of Science and the National Academy of Engineering, and also ACM, IEEE, and AAAI. So, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice to be here. There are some slides that I was hoping to show. Are they being shown?
슬라이드 준비가 됐죠?
There we are.
Okay.
Okay, we also see them up there. Okay, and I guess I need to say next slide to move it along. So So what I'm going to be doing is talking about data science program at Berkeley, which is an attempt to educate a new generation of undergraduate students in, thank you, in the inferential and computational disciplines. All right, so we have a vision that all students should be able to learn how to make decisions based on data. And that includes the mathematical and the practical and the real-world domains that surround data education. So we believe that this should be a blend of traditions in statistics and computer science. Those are the underpinnings and support of this, but also with a strong outward-looking component, specifically problems in the sciences and technologies, social sciences, and even into the humanities. So students should be able to tackle significant problems and more complex problems. So this will include computer programming skills, but it also includes the skills of statistical inference. So we've done this over the last 5 years now, and we have an entire curriculum that's now being used in universities around the world, not only at Berkeley. It starts with something called Data 8, which is a foundational course at the freshman level. So these are students who are 18 years old. They do not necessarily have a strong background in mathematics or not even much computer science. So we teach them computer science, Python in particular, but we do it in the context of inferential problems, deciding whether something is meaningful statistically or fitting a regression or doing causal inference, the kind of problems that arise when you think about data analysis in real-world problems. We also have around the foundational course a set of connector courses. These are smaller courses that are 1 unit, and they're taught by other professors around the campus, maybe a genetics professor or a law professor or a mathematics professor. And they add to the core course and take students in a particular disciplinary direction. After Data 8, there's a course that is a junior level course that is Principles and Techniques of Data Science. This is really more of the computer science and building pipelines and distributed computing, database, all kind of blended in, again, to a data analytic framework. So learning a lot more about software engineering, but doing it for data analysis problems. Oh, I should take off my mask for this part. Probability is the core idea in inferential thinking. So there is a very strong probability course, but it's not just mathematics. Again, it's very computing oriented. It's possible to teach probability with using computing concepts. And then finally, a course that I've been teaching the last 3 years, it's called Data Inference and Decisions. This is the senior level course, and it allows you to think about decision making, especially consequential decision makings in the real world. So it's has to do with economics ideas, it has to do with statistics ideas and computation, all again blended. So these courses all blend all of these disciplines. It's not a computer science curriculum next to a statistics curriculum next to it. Every class, every lecture has a blend of all of these different disciplines in them. There's also a human context and ethics course, which is a serious course of its own, an entire semester devoted to the consequences and implications of technology. Here I am teaching the first class a year ago of Data Science 102, which is called Data Inference and Decisions. Here is an example of the room that we have with the students in the room. So in 2019 through 2020, there were 2,800 students at Berkeley that took Data 8, which is pretty astonishing. It's not a required course, but they wanted to take the class. They really, really want to learn this material. 1,600 in Data 100, and then smaller in the more advanced classes just because we had to feed the pipeline. It's taking time. But probably half of the students at Berkeley will take these set of courses, 1/2. And they do this because they want to. All right, so let me say a little bit more about the first class. Again, this is a freshman level class. So we started 4 years ago, 500 students, a range of students, and it's pre-disciplinary. They haven't decided what field they want to be in yet. It was a major success. Students from all over really enjoyed it, and many of them became majors. We had 300 majors at the end of the first year. By the second year, we already had 1,000 students, and we've gone up to 2,500. So it's a conceptual blend of statistics and computer science. Statistics is 300 years old. It's a field of its own. Computer science is 100 years old. It's a big field. The two have been mostly separate, but if you teach them together, you can do new kinds of things that you couldn't do in either field separately. One of the things that got us really oriented towards doing this was that the word data science was being used in industry. This was not an academic invention. Google and Uber and Amazon and so on were advertising for positions that included both computing skills and data analysis skills. And they didn't have a word for that, so they called it data science. And so we agreed that that's a useful term that has an umbrella over many, many disciplines, and it's a good way to think about training students. Now sometimes they're using the phrase AI. If you saw my talk this morning, I don't think that's a particularly good terminology because it turns things backwards to robots and imitating humans, which is part of the story. It's interesting, but it's not the bigger scope of the education that these students need in broad data science. So our students are aware of the term, they are aware of it as a job possibility, and they're aware that it's interesting and they want to learn about it. Also, I want to note that in the United States, there was, about 5 years ago, a notion of computer science for everyone. And the attempt was to teach computer programming to everyone. And this failed, really, partly because it was just not that interesting to students. They didn't only want to learn how to be computer programmers. They wanted to learn to think and to analyze data and to think about public policy issues and healthcare and all that. And so our program is aimed at bringing that broader perspective, not just pure computing. I love computer science, but it's too limited if you just think about learning to compute and learning to program. So it really did fail at many universities, and we learned from that. All right. Now, on the inferential side, a lot of statistics is just formulas and learning what formulas to use in what place. But the modern statistics curriculum at the advanced level has resampling ideas and sampling ideas. It has computing ideas in it. Things like the jackknife and the bootstrap, if you've learned about these things, are very important in modern advanced statistics. They're used in industry in real life, and it turns out they're simpler in many ways than classical statistics. They can be taught even at the freshman level, and especially if you're learning to program. This is a beautiful set of ideas to learn to work with as a freshman. So we made it work at the undergraduate level. Also, Python and Jupyter are platforms that many students were already aware of. They wanted to learn more. It's Python, but in a distributed environment on a browser. And so it's very, very easy for students to get engaged with this very, very quickly and start to learn basic skills. Computational thinking is a phrase that's often used to describe computer science broadly speaking. It's modern computing and programming. It's notions like abstraction and modularity and scalability and robustness. These are the concepts that you really learn if you become a good computer scientist. Okay? It's not just the skill set of downloading software and writing programs. It's this way of thinking. And sometimes it's argued that this is really the main part of an education in the modern world. And I disagree. I think that even though these are beautiful concepts, they're successfully taught in computer science, it's not enough. Because what's missing is what we teach in our statistics classes, inferential thinking. So this is not just analyzing data, taking it in, putting it into a pipeline and transforming it and making predictions. It's a whole style of thinking all by itself. It involves thinking what's behind the data, what's in the real world, how are the data sampled, what's the difference between the causes and the correlations. All of these things, the biases that can arise under different sampling patterns. These are the things you need to understand if you're going to actually make good predictions that really work in the real world as the real world changes and having discovered underlying truths about the world, things like causal inference. So we teach causal inference in the freshman class. It's really quite possible to do. We teach capturing uncertainty. This is something computer science has not been very good at. Even neural networks to this day take in a data set and they output a prediction with no uncertainty around it. Okay? It's a big mistake to do that in consequential decisions like medical situations or pandemic situations or commerce situations. You have to have uncertainty. So we teach that. Now, what's missing in classical inferential thinking was the computational side, what we teach in our computer science classes. So we viewed this as a major opportunity. Let's bring together computational thinking and inferential thinking, and that's what I really believe needs to be taught, a blend of computational and inferential thinking. Wherever you want to call that, I like data science as a term, or AI, or whatever you want to call it, and then applications not just to robots and to vision and to language, but applications to things like law, genetics, cognitive science, public policy, and so on and so forth across the entire university. So this blending really is powerful. It's engaging to students. It allows them to solve real problems involving public policy or prediction in the real world or pollution or so on and so forth. And this is what I think is really being asked for in government and industry. It's a kind of liberal arts for the 21st century. It's something that I think that many, many students should learn. Okay, so just to sort of say a little bit more about data analysis, the classical way of thinking about this is that you formulate a question, you visualize, and then you express the results in some language. But really what it turns into often is formulas. So it was 50 years ago, the wedding of inference with mathematics. That the attempt was to turn everything into mathematics. And that was successful for many things. A lot of medical trials are based on this. A lot of quality control in industry is based on the formulas from that era. But in the modern world, you can replace the mathematics with computer science, with computing. And that's a very, very powerful blend that students really love. So we replace formulas with computation. Let the computer think about the randomness. All right, so the approach involves a class for freshmen. It blends these things in every single lesson. And you can't really see this perhaps, but this is a syllabus from this first class. This is all available on the web, and you can download it yourself, and you can use it. And it's being used at dozens of universities, actually hundreds at this point, around the world. It's an open platform for people to teach this kind of material. So you'll see a few ideas that look like statistics, but you'll see some that look like databases. You'll see some that look like control theory. You'll see some that look like economics. It really is a blend of all the above. And here are examples of some of the kind of projects that freshman students are doing. Analyzing water use in California, analyzing the relationship between murder rates and the death penalty, analyzing classification of musical song lyrics. They love projects like this. These are real-world kinds of projects, and they can say something about uncertainty and causal inference and so on. These connector classes are smaller. You take the main core class, and then you take one of 20 to 25 small connector classes around it. And here's some examples of the classes we had the first year. They continue to evolve and change every year. But you can see smart cities, the mind, ecology, environment, geospatial data, history, data and ethics, and so on and so forth. So professors from all around the campus really were excited about being able to teach these ideas in their discipline on top of what we were teaching in the core. So here's some example of the way we advertise this to students. Here's some of the offerings that they can choose as their connector class. And just to say a little bit about the students, the first time we ran this, we had 450 students. I want to note that 42% were women, and at least in the United States, that's very, very unusual. It's usually like 10 to 20 at most in computing classes. But the class attracted many, many diverse students, women in particular. Many of them are working further and being teachers for following classes, because each one of our classes is 2,000 students, and we have something like 60 or 70 people as the staff to help teach this class. Where does this staff come from? It's the students from the previous year who did well in the class. It's being done online. You can see data8.org. You can go there yourself. All the materials are on GitHub, and it's being done with Jupyter Notebooks. Here's the class that is the senior level class that I've been teaching, data inference and decisions. It's again, same kind of basic idea, but it also brings in things like economics and control theory. And here is the syllabus for that. Again, you can't see that, but you can see maybe again, it's a blend of ideas from economics, statistics, computer science, databases, and game theory, and so on. Things like privacy also come up here. Okay. Just to say give you one little kind of picture of the kind of thing we might teach. Privacy is a very important problem in data analysis. People give you data, but they want to maintain some privacy. How do you think about that conceptually, computationally? So if you're a database person, here's kind of a typical way of thinking about it. There's a database that someone collected, a query comes into it, and out comes an answer, which I call theta with a twiddle over it there. If you want to privatize, there's a theory called differential privacy that tells you how to add noise to a database, turning it into a privatized database where it's harder to say something about the individual people in the database, and you can get out an answer to your query which is close to the original answer. So you still can give answers, but with some privacy guarantee. So that's a very beautiful computational theory that allows you to do private databases. Statisticians think about the same kind of problems in a slightly different way. They say behind the database, there was a population, and there was a sampling pattern that gave rise to the data. And what I'm asking is to take a query into the population. I'm asking about future people or people who weren't in the data but could have been in the data. So if you think about classical banking data, for example, that's very commonly thought of as just a database, and you want to know who's in the database, who has the most money, asking deductive queries of the database. If you think on the other hand about medical data, you don't care about the people in the database, you care about future people who come into the doctor's office the next year and predictions you can make. That's the inferential picture. All right? So you'd like to also be able to put queries into the population of people, and what you really want to do is to bring the two together. You want to ask questions about the population of people behind the data, but you want to protect the privacy of the people who were collected in the database. And this kind of problem here, there's very few papers in the academic literature about this. There's tens of thousands of papers on each half of the problem, or hundreds of thousands, and very few papers on the integrated problem. And we teach the integrated problem when we get students excited about this. Build databases that are private, but also allow you to do prediction for future people. All right, so I'm finishing. I have 14 seconds left. So just to summarize, I think that really AI and data science are phrases discussing the same underlying phenomenon, that we have computers, we have data, and we have real-world problems involving people, and we want to teach this blend in the context of real-world substantive problems. So I believe this is really the notion of a liberal education at the undergraduate level. There's a whole other story about graduate students, but at the undergraduate level. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We will get the questions in the discussion session. Thank you. 자, 그럼 다음 톡으로는
Let us go
서정영
on to the
교수님이
next presentation. Professor Jeong-Dong will present.
서강대학교
He is currently the professor at Seoul University at the Department of Computer Science Engineering. He also was the vice president of Seoul University. Currently, he is the president of the Advanced Education Group for AI and Science. So this is the title of his presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. For those of you who are participating online, please utilize the online platform for questions. We will address your questions during the discussion portion of our session. Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Seo Jung-gyun of Seoul University. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about education reforms to train AI convergence experts. As you're well aware, smartphones have changed the world. We all talk about how smartphone has changed the world. Our lives before and after smartphones have changed greatly. Actually, Apple was the creator of smartphones. But Apple did not start as a smartphone manufacturer. They started as a computer company. So they actually viewed mobile phones as computers, and they created a new platform business, creating enormous changes. Today, what I would like to discuss is when Apple created their platform and grew into the biggest company in the world, we all remember the Apple after that. But what about before that? Nokia was the winner of the world. They actually have 45% of the world market share of mobile phones. But when Apple produced their smartphones, Nokia actually had to close their business in 5 years. And I think this would be one of the most rare cases that you would see in the global business history. So Nokia actually had 45% of the market share, but they closed their doors down in 5 years. So this was because of a software revolution. Now all companies have become software companies. But now one day, all of a sudden, the Davos Forum started to talk about the fourth industrial revolution. And so people started to recognize the fourth industrial revolution, but now people use the term AI revolution. I believe that these are all quite similar. They are all about software changing the world. And that actually evolved into the fourth industrial revolution. And now we know that AI software is playing a pivotal role in the fourth industrial revolution. I'm sure that you're well aware of AI, and AlphaGo has helped the whole country of Korea become quite well aware of AI. We know that AI plays poker well, and AlphaGo actually retired from the gaming world because no person can actually compete against AlphaGo.
In 2011, when Watson was produced by IBM, it shocked the world. But in 2019, they're not just participating in a quiz show, but they're actually participating as a debater. And now they can actually compete against humans in debates. Many people believe that the next step will be self-driving vehicles. But even other than that, we see advancements of medical innovations, and we hear of advancements in law and finance as well. We even see AI in agriculture. By adding sensors to a tractor, they can help the tractor distinguish weeds and crops. So herbicides would be sprayed on weeds and fertilizers would be sprayed on crops. So in the past, they would spray herbicides on the whole field and fertilizers on the whole field together. But that actually reduces the use of harmful herbicides by 90%. Not only are we looking at higher production, but AI is now participating in arts, in creative activities such as paintings and composing music. Amazon and eMart are also bringing the future shopping to the present. For example, they can help shoppers pay for their things without actually going through a cashier. We call this the fourth industrial revolution or AI revolution. We talk about how the world is changing. So the world is changing, but when the world changes, we need to make sure that education changes along with the world. How are we going to educate our children? That's important. So this session is about nurturing AI experts. The core technology is perception, about seeing, listening, and speaking. And we use the input to infer and comprehend to make decisions. And what is the most important is that all of this has to be self-taught or self-learned. That is the basic capability of AI. Traditionally, we started with programming. We would make rules through programming, but now AI learns off of data. So the learning portion is developing very quickly. And thanks to enormous computing power, AI can do things better than people. With good analysis of data, they are able to find new things better than any other expert in the field. So even within AI, just like Professor Michael Jordan has mentioned, we recognize that learning from data is a new research method for scientific research. I believe that it's a completely new method that we have discovered. Whether it be social sciences or natural sciences, science means that you are observing and finding rules or patterns. That's what science is. And scientific research encompasses observing and finding patterns. That can be done through machine learning, and it could be done just as well by machine learning. But because enormous computing power supports analytics, they can find new things that we could not discover as humans, as we see in the case of AlphaGo. AlphaGo is producing results that were not imaginable by humans. And so, AI is a general purpose technology for all areas. Well, the people who first started these technologies to shock the world were AI experts, but now AI will be mainstreamed into all areas. How can we nurture convergence experts? I think we can look at this from two aspects. First, we need to have experts who develop core AI technologies. They would be the computer scientists. But what I would like to focus on are the convergence experts. Just like everyone else has mentioned, we need to converge AI or data science to other fields so that we can create new products, services, or productivity improvements in all fields. That's what I call convergence experts. That will be an important aspect of AI experts. That is why we always talk about AI plus X. In the future, this will become the core competency for all jobs in the future. the ability to work with AI. For example, if you have your own AlphaGo, then obviously you will do your job better. At the Davos Forum, they said that 65% of the children entering primary school today will end up working in completely new job types that don't even exist yet. So we usually think that these new jobs would be related to computer scientists, AI, or software. Recently, MIT established the Schwarzman College of Computing. This is called the AI Graduate School in Korea, but it's the College of Computing. If we take a look at the purpose of the College of Computing, it is about AI and AIX fields. They are attempting to foster and nurture world-renowned scholars for AI and AI plus fields. They have 50 new faculty positions, and they are not scientists necessarily, but they are actually AI plus X experts so that they can actually establish different disciplines in AI. And so MIT is trying to lead the different domains of AI. So MIT is utilizing the 5 colleges that they already have and collaborating for the College of Computing so that they can become world leaders in domain knowledge related to AI. That's what we need to do in Korea as well. Recently, there was a meeting of Korean university presidents, and we talked about how AI should be taught for all students at universities. Here you can see that we tried to benchmark MIT's revolution, and we can see that the president of Sungkyunkwan University has mentioned that AI utilization should be taught to all majors. In order for this to be possible, they need to recruit new professors, curriculums need to change, investments need to be made by universities. But what hinders such university investments? We lack resources at universities. One of the biggest issues is that there has been a tuition freeze for 10 years in Korea for private colleges, which means that colleges don't have room for investment. The only way is the quick and bold government support. The Ministry of Communication and Technology has created their own graduate school, but what is more important is to provide support to activate AI convergence education. The Ministry of Education should make investments and also lead curriculum changes. In convergence education, you need to mainstream AI into all majors. Well, in order to mainstream AI into all majors, computational thinking would be necessary for all students. Computational thinking is the ability to solve problems using computers. You need to be equipped with computational thinking in order to utilize AI. And we need basic knowledge of math and statistics. Although math and statistics is taught to all students in Korea up until high school, computational thinking is not taught. The basic curriculum in Korea sends kids off to college without computational thinking, so over 90% of the students who come to college have little or no knowledge about coding. And so it's impossible to conduct AI convergence. So when we say AI convergence, you usually start to teach them coding because they have no prior knowledge. So in order to reform these processes, we need to start at the primary level. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, basic literary skills were important. And in the industrial era, the countries with great literary skills actually became the great nations. In Korea, we started late, and so that's why we were a latecomer in the industrial era. But now we need coding abilities as a basic ability. 90% of the Koreans are digitally illiterate in Korea. And so people in Korea don't know about coding, they don't know about data. But in the case of the UK, The Royal Society has published a journal titled Shut Down or Restart, and because of this, curriculum changes have started in 2014, and in all grades from 1 to 12, computing was added to their curriculum as a part of their regular program. This is the same for Korea as well. Obama started the Computer Science for All program, and President Trump, although Obama and Trump are very different, Trump also emphasized the importance of computing education. For the competitiveness of our children and the competitiveness of our nation, we need software and AI education. This is the same for Japan as well. Although Japan is a very slow-moving country, they actually had an educational reform to include coding for primary school education, and it will be reflected in college entrance exams. And at college, they will be taught AI plus X so that they can educate at least 500,000 AI experts. The current situation in Korea is that you are taught 34 hours in middle school, 17 hours in elementary school, 17 hours out of 6 years. So it is just an experience. Because of these issues, we need to make sure that we see the difficulties in AI education in Korea. We need to expand information curriculum during middle school up till high school and primary school. Information is not a separate subject, and it's an elective class. In 2022, when there's a curriculum reform by the Ministry of Education, this should be reflected so that all children in Korea can become digital literate. And so we need to give opportunities for our children to learn. Another important aspect of convergence is that the teachers at elementary and secondary teachers, they must also have basic software skills. So all teachers should be taught at teachers' colleges, and the software-related subjects should be included in all teacher qualification exams. So in conclusion, in order to nurture convergence experts, we need to make sure the students in Korea can learn computational thinking through curriculum reforms. And we also need to make sure that College of Educations should reform their curriculum so that all teachers become familiar with computational thinking and basic AI concepts regardless of their major. In order to realize these goals, we would need the rapid and bold investments by the government. That is the only way that universities can change. That is my conclusion. If 90% of all citizens can use computer programs, can conduct coding as everyone memorizes the multiplication table, then Korea will become the AI leader of the world. Thank you very much.
장현 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And Professor Jeong-Dong from KAIST. He is teaching at College of Engineering. He is leading the data science lab. And he's the president of Graduate School of AI. And he has been cited in many journals and conferences. And he has been awarded by IEEE. And so, Professor Jeong-Dong, thank you very much for the introduction. Professor Jordan is from UC Berkeley, and he has talked about the data science curriculum revolution in the undergrad course. And Professor Seo Jang-gyun talked about the AI education in primary and secondary education. And I am the head of Graduate School of AI in KAIST, and so I'm responsible for the tertiary education. National agenda includes AI education, and the current administration is tasked with reinforcing the AI resources, and there are 8 engineering schools that have plans to open the Graduate School of AI, and we were the first to open. And so I'd like to talk about the future roadmap ahead. In order to be more competitive in the AI sphere, we first had to think about the as is. Should we just talk about AI resources, or should we segment the AI resources that we really need? And I thought of 4 layers in the demand for the AI talent. If we are to become an AI advanced nation, we need the top 2 layers. What this means is AI needs to be considered as science, and we need the scientists to deal with AI. We had chemistry, biology, and physics. We had the natural science, and the next generation of scientists should be well versed in AI. And the tertiary education and research should focus on that. And so the Graduate School of AI at KAIST is focused on this. If you look at the top layer, there are open problems and there are fundamental questions, and the scientists need to be able to raise these questions and solve these problems and questions. And we have to advance AI, and that requires new inventions and innovations, and that will be enabled by new algorithms and new models. And we need more of such resources. And so we need to enhance AI competency. And then at the third layer is something that is overlooked. AI, after all, is a computer system. And so it's a computer system to the AI users. And we also need the competency for the computer systems. There is not much we can do with just the AI algorithms and models. We need to have the skills for managing data, and we need to be able to build the computer system and the cloud, and we need the high performance architecture technologies. And since it becomes a distributed environment, we need the networking skills. And so all these expertises are needed. And will this be taught all in the Graduate School of AI? Well, this has to be taught in engineering departments and computer science departments. There needs to be collaboration between the disciplines. And at the last layer is the XAI or XAI. The X is important here, not the AI, but the X, the domain expertise is important. And so with the systems and with the models and algorithms, how can we create the interface with the X domain knowledge workers and train them accordingly? The Graduate School of AI at KAIST cannot cover this layer. We have many engineering departments like mechanical, electrical, and aerospace, and so we need to interface with the departments of engineering. Those students can be co-taught by the professors of AI graduate school. And so this will be a part of the X plus AI education. Then how can we have impact with our research? what I first thought of was there's the U curve, and we should not touch the part in the middle. Mediocre AI expertise and mediocre domain knowledge should not be converged. You should go to either of the extremes. We are a graduate school, and so we need to focus on discoveries and inventions. We need to train the AI resources to become top-notch resources. And the opposite extreme looks far away, and that extreme is deep integration of AI into verticals. That will be achievable if we have the discoveries and inventions. We have the verticals in Korea like semiconductor, and there will be a natural merger of the two, and it will have an impact on the society. So this is the track that we have chosen to take. So where is Korea positioned in terms of AI expertise? There could be many metrics that we could look at, but we looked at our performance in ICML. Machine learning is one of the hot topics. And this looks at the number of papers by country. Which country has produced the most number of papers in ICML? As you can see, it is dominated by the US. The US has produced 700 plus papers. Cambridge, with the help of Cambridge, UK, 123 papers, 1/7 of the US. China follows closely. And then we have the European countries with 40 and 50 papers. And we have Canada in the middle. So we have France, Germany, Switzerland, and Israel. And then there are the 3 Asian countries, Japan, Singapore, and South Korea. So we are in top 10. And this shows you the picture. Korea wrote 28 papers. And who is contributing? Of the 28 papers, 19 from the academia and the remaining 9 from the industry. That is the breakout. And that also shows the current status of where we are in terms of AI or machine learning in Korea. And this graph shows the AI talent inflow and outflow. And so you can divide up into 4 quadrants. Korea is included in the anchored countries along with the US. So what this means is, if you look at the x-axis, this is showing the talent inflow. Let's say there is an AI researcher or an engineer working in South Korea. And how many of them came from the outside? South Korea tends to raise the internal resources, and the US is farther on the left because they also train their internal resources. And if you look at the y-axis, the PhD degree holders, do they stay in Korea or do they go outside the country? They tend to stay in Korea. What this shows is there's a lot of demand for the PhD holders in Korea. And so this was the direction of the inflow and outflow of the AI talents. I talked about the goal of the AI education and the impact on society. And now, do we have the top tier faculty to train the AI resources? The top tier scholars and researchers are working in the US companies or they're teaching in the US universities. And can we recruit them? I did a survey on them. What are some of the difficulties that you face in coming to Korea to teach or to work? And the first response was not the salary. Of course, it's a given that the payment is different, but their biggest concern was, well, I'm working alongside excellent colleagues, but can I have that network in Korea? Can I still continue to work with the top-notch peers? They were afraid of moving away from the top-tier network. And as you saw from the GPT-3, the AI research needs all the computing resources, natural language processing especially, because it requires a huge model. Can the Korean universities afford such computing resources? Naver announced that it's going to build a system, maybe Samsung. There aren't that many companies that can afford such computing resources, so that was their hindrance. And third, they were worried that the corporate culture is too hierarchical in Korea. I want to employ myself in my own research, but I'm afraid that my boss is going to tell me what to do. And then the fourth concern was quality of living. They're concerned about the poor air quality. And so these were some of the difficulties cited in recruiting the top tier resources from the US. We opened the AI graduate school last year, and it was Korea's first master's and doctorate program in AI. And we currently have 138 graduate students, 47 PhD students, and 91 master's degree students. And in 1.5 years' time, we're able to recruit 13 core faculty members from Google, IBM, TJ Watson, NVIDIA, Google DeepMind, etc. So you see all these big names, and we are able to lure the faculty members away from them. And they're showing quite good performance. From 2014 to 2020, for the last 7 years, the 13 core faculty members have contributed 222 papers, and 54% of the papers were in ICML, NeurIPS, and ICLR. So they're quite active in the research scene. And when you look at the left portion of the 13, 10 have done their PhD in computer science, and 2 in EE, and 1 in math. And if you look at their age profile, 8 in their 30s, 4 in their 40s, and I'm the only one in my 50s. And so the average age is 39. So very young, active, ambitious group, you can say. And so we have exerted such efforts. We couldn't bring up the national ranking, but the global ranking compared to 10 years ago, KAIST was in the 40th tier, but we were able to jump to 25th, and we're now in the 12th. So that's the achievement that we got. And this is the curriculum. I think the students will benefit. Compared to when the curriculum was distributed, when you enter the graduate school of AI, we have mathematics for AI, optimization for AI, programming for AI, and stochastic control, and so applied probability. So this is quite a systematic, disciplined curriculum. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Let us go on to the next presentation. It will be a corporate perspective. We have with us Executive Vice President Kim Hyung-wook of the KT Future Value Task Force team. He has been the head of the customer division and also the product division. Currently, as have been introduced, he is the Executive Vice President of KT Future Value Task Force. And he is in charge of change management. Mr. Kim? Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Kim Hyung-wook of KT. I would like to take this opportunity to discuss AI expert nurturing at companies, which is one of the most popular themes in HR today. Unlike the three previous presenters, I would like to present a corporate perspective. When we conduct an in-house training program, we usually talk about theories or utilizing tools. But at KT, we have utilized a different method, and it was very productive. And so we would like to introduce that case to you. As you're well aware, COVID-19 was not predicted by anyone, and now COVID-19 has changed our lives. From a corporate perspective, it's changing our customers, our business, and as well as our vision for the future. And so digital transformation is an absolute necessary for all companies today. But when we talk about digital transformation, data and AI are at the core. But in order to conduct AI, we need three things. First, we need data. Second, we need computing infrastructure for processing and AI talent. For computing infrastructure, that can be secured with investments. Data has been accumulated at most companies. So in the end, AI talent is what we need. That's the last piece of the puzzle. Many companies are competing to secure AI talent, but we have a shortage of AI talent in the market. And so with the exception of just a few companies in Korea, it's very difficult to secure AI experts. And even if we did recruit some AI talent, it's difficult for them to leverage their expertise at their companies because they don't have the domain knowledge. So if it's going to take a long time for external AI talent anyway to take root, we thought about how about if we train our employees to be AI experts. We are a large company, and we are transforming ourselves from a traditional telco into an AI company. So we thought, why don't we reskill our workforce instead of recruiting external experts? And so that is why we made the decision to reskill the employees that we already have at KT. So what we launched was our project to develop future talent for KT. Please take a look at the screen.
많은 사람들이 알고리즘을 개발을 할 수 있을 때 AI를 사용할 수 있다 이렇게 오해를 하는데요. AI 시스템, AI 제품과 서비스를 만들기 위해서 필요한 정말 수많은 알고리즘들이 오픈소스로 공유가 되어 있습니다. AI를 배운다는 것은 이 주어진 기술적인 재료를 가지고 내가 그동안 해오던 일, 익숙한 일에 적용을 해서 가치를 만들어내는 일이라고 볼 수 있습니다.
여러분의 업무에 AI를 연결하면 지금까지와는 다른 방식으로 고객 인사이트를 찾고 업무를 효율화, 자동화하고 새로운 비즈니스를 만들 수 있어요. 그래서 준비했어요. KT의 AI 미래인재 육성 프로그램. AI를 업무에 적용할 수 있는 실무형 AI 인재 육성을 목표로 업무 효율화와 자동화 등 현장의 이슈를 AI로 해결하면서 함께 배우는 학습 조직형 현장 AI 인재 육성. 전일제 집중 교육으로 AI와 클라우드 기술을 활용한 서비스를 개발하는 AI 개발자 교육. 국내 AI를 선도하는 산학연 공동 프로젝트를 통해 고급 AI 전문 인재를 육성하는 프로그램으로 구성되어 있습니다.
저는 AI는 이게 분명히 세상을 좀 바꿀 수 있는 기술 또는 트렌드라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이 AI 쪽을 미리 준비하고 대비하는 것이 필요한데 그 첫 번째가 사실은 인력을 키우는 문제라고 생각했습니다.
AI는 배울 수 있습니다. 여러분의 성장을 응원합니다.
이것은 제가 내부에서
This video is a promotional video for the employees at KT. These are the programs that we actually conducted. When we talk about AI, people think that this is a very difficult field. Early this year, CEO Koo Hyun-mo of KT, when he announced that KT will foster employees to become AI talent, everyone thought, would that be possible? But we wanted the employees to think of AI as a field that is not too difficult to conquer, because the employees were already domain experts, and the AI experts that we need were not AI scientists, but AI practitioners who had domain knowledge. And so during the last 8 months, we have worked hard to foster AI talent within KT. So in just 8 months, these are the results. During the last 8 months, these results were created. A total of 420 people participated in talent development programs, and they have become AI talent that can utilize AI in their work. They have conducted 49 projects during their training, and 60% of the projects that were conducted will be launched immediately this year. There are not many cases where projects during trainings are actually launched within the business. But within our trainees, some people became Kegel masters, and many people actually became licensed. The talent that have been fostered have already been allocated to different fields, and now commercialization of the technologies that they have learned is on the way. AI talent that is being fostered at KT is in the pyramid shape, as you have seen in the video. We have people who use AI in the industry, we call them DT, and we also have the developers, the IT, and those who actually develop new AI models and algorithms, as well as tackle AI challenges through science. They are the R&D talent. Let me give you a closer view of KT's program. At the very bottom, we have the DT training. This program is for all those who are in sales, processes, and facility management. They discover new projects and conduct their projects in a learning by doing format. In the middle, we have IT experts. They are the people who are developing software, and they have been upskilled, and they have been trained for 6 full months, and they are the people who are the most well-known for our project because they have become AI developers. And we also have the R&D experts, and we joined with KAIST and other colleges to help them conduct projects in their learning process. As we conducted training, we realized that training alone could not lead to the nurturing of AI talent. We needed to create a platform for our employees to continue to learn and utilize what they have learned. So we gave employees opportunities to learn by doing by conducting AI-related projects. We also gave them opportunities to discover new AI projects. We also provided potential opportunities for coaching. And we also provided training for certification and licensing. Many large companies conduct AI training, and one of the hurdles that they meet is that when the employees go back to everyday work, they don't have access to data and they cannot use what they have learned in their everyday work. In order to find a solution, we have come up with an AI Do platform. And this platform includes tools and libraries so that the employees can actually utilize this and try what they have learned at their desks. When we discuss training with other companies, the most important is discovering projects. Well, KT actually had various workshops with the participation of third parties to discover various projects and tasks. This was applied to AI as well. We wanted to gather people who are experts of different fields to conduct discussions on projects that could be discovered and implemented, and we believe that the results were quite productive. When a company conducts training for employees, it's important to monitor the results, to monitor the effectiveness of the programs. And so, we did not conduct a simple program to conduct a survey, but we actually conducted an AI certification process. And 1,500 people applied for certification, and 80% actually became certified. Because of KT's results, many companies are asking to collaborate with KT on AI training. So what we do is a prior self-study process followed by an understanding AI case practice, project discovery workshop, and the actual execution of the project. When we actually conduct this hands-on workshop, other companies realize what an excellent program this is. It's not just about teaching theories, but the training is discussion, practice, and participation-based. Many people felt like learning AI was actually fun and more interesting than they had expected. And they also mentioned that there's a big synergy effect in their outcome. Please take a look at this testimony.
사내에서 연수를 많이 듣게 되면 좀 수업 방식으로 그냥 앉아서 경직된 자세로 많이 그냥 듣게 되었는데 여기서는 좀 활동적인 방식으로 일단 조별로 토론을 하는 방식이 너무 마음에 들었고요. 그런 토론 방식으로 조금 더 아이디어가 많이 나올 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 우선 실습을 해볼 수 있다는 게 참 새로웠던 것 같고요. 저희는 이제 사내 AI 툴 이런 게 없다 보니까 실제로 이론만 들었지 어떻게 활용해 본 적은 없었는데 여기서 직접 테스트 데이터도 만들어 주시고 실제로 그 KT의 툴을 이용해서 해볼 수 있어서 좋았던 것 같습니다. 우선 제가 하고 있는 업무에서 좀 사고방식을 바꿀 수 있는 계기가 된 것 같습니다.
대부분의 회사들은
At most companies, when they conduct training, it's simply training at HR. That's how we started. But what was very different from the existing programs compared to the AI training that we had was that we had a total package And we also conducted learning by doing by conducting projects. So for successful results, the key is how to apply AI to our business and our everyday tasks. When we first started our project, we thought simply that it's a training program. But as we continued, we were able to grow our program. And it was not about fostering a few AI experts, but we realized that it was the process to digital transformation. The AI training program itself created digital transformation throughout our organization. Based on this internal case study, we look forward to our program contributing to the national AI competence by sharing it across industries. I don't know if you have heard of this, but early this year, the industry, academia, and research institutes actually created something called the AI One Team. This is to develop AI talent that have practical knowledge. We want to share AI DX cases and also to build an open AI ecosystem to contribute to national competitiveness. For those who participate in the AI One Team, we actually share our talent fostering program. And we also have a joint program with the members of AI One Team. I have shared the know-how of our training program. Please visit us if you are interested in our program. Thank you very much.
김영욱 전무님 감사합니다.
Thank you.
네, 이제부터는 토론
We will now have a discussion and a Q&A. I have received a lot of questions through the online platform. Let us entertain some of them and then take questions directly from the floor. Let me bring up the question so that you can see it on the screen. So this is the question for Professor Michael Jordan. I will not read it. Professor Jordan is going to answer to this question.
Yes. So if you'll go to data8.org and look at our very first class for freshmen, the first topic is the cholera outbreak in London about 200 years ago. So that was a famous example. It was John Snow who discovered what caused cholera. And it was a causal inference that he made. He figured out that it was the water supply in London. And the way he figured out was quite interesting. It was a really serious causal statistical inference. So we set up that problem. Here's cholera outbreak, and no one even knows about bacteria or viruses or germs. And he was able to figure out what was happening and figured out that a particular water supply was causing the outbreak. And so we go through it as our first lecture, and students love that. And then later in the class, we build on that and talk about modeling of Markov processes of the kind that you see in a pandemic. So yes, every single class has an inferential idea, a bit of Python code to implement it, and then some real-world data set from science or technology. And it's the blend of those three things that gets students really excited.
Okay. Thank you. 다음 질문도
Next question. Next question goes to Professor Michael Jordan as well. It will be translated into English.
제가 읽겠습니다. 교수님께서는
And so you think that the convergent and interdisciplinary education is the way to go in the age of AI. And to realize this, I think it's going to require time and cost. Is there any way to institutionalize such interdisciplinary education? How to institutionalize?
Yes, so first of all, I really enjoyed some of the other presentations here. I do think a lot of this has to do with training of engineers and training of thought leaders. You know, in many countries, the thought leaders right now are the people who did chemical engineering in the past. It's really interesting to see that because they really solved real world problems. They developed a real maturity about doing that. And I think that's what's going to happen here is that industry is pulling in these young people.
And countries that devote themselves to training good problem-solving engineers using data and AI techniques will be the ones that lead and will be the ones that develop new ideas that others can use. So it's very essential that that students see themselves as a career path, that this is the way that they're going to get real jobs, not just academic jobs, but they're going to actually have an effect in the real world.
Okay. Thank you. 다음 질문은
The next question goes to Mr. Kim Hyung-uk.
DT 레벨에 RPA를 하려 해도 RPA
Even if we try to do RPA at the DT level, don't we need RPA experts? Is this possible with just few weeks of training? Can you actually combine work with training at the same time? Thank you for your question. As the person who asked the question mentioned, we actually trained AI talent and RPA at our company. But AI was divided into two streams. The first track was about people who could actually do some AI. Of the applicants, we actually selected the people who had some knowledge of software. And we conducted 6 months of full-day trainings. Many people were amazed that we actually took them out of their work for 6 full months. And because we gave them 6 dedicated months of training, they were able to discover projects for their work and conduct the projects. For RPA, we have AI Do and other platforms that we have introduced, and we have realized that it can be done in just a few weeks. We had AI and RPA related hackathon recently, and for RPA, we actually saw that some people were able to use RPA for projects that were age-old that they could not tackle before. Thank you. Next question goes to Professor Chung.
한국의 AI 전문가들에게
Is Korea an attractive workplace for AI experts? Are they treated well and are they socially useful? It's very good to raise experts, but if they cannot stay in Korea, then I don't think the system is sustainable. What do you think about this? I say yes, Korea is a good place to work in. There are large conglomerates, there are excellent SMEs. There's a demand for AI experts, and there are good problems to solve, and there's good data to work on. So in that sense, it is a good place to work in. And going back to the survey that I mentioned earlier, people were hesitant to come to Korea because they had concerns about the corporate culture and it was too hierarchical. So in order to embrace the excellent AI resources, the conglomerates, the institutions have to transform themselves to make the resources stay. And the second issue is, how can we have the computing resources? Even if you have a very good idea, you have to train the model. So I think this is a national issue and also individual companies' issue. So they have to work together to come up with enough computing resources. Thank you.
The next question goes to Professor Seo Jung-yeon. In Korea, as we foster talent, what is the biggest challenge? And from the government perspective or the education institute perspective, what do you think are some of the challenges? Could you make some suggestions? I think the basic part of my presentation was that people who work in AI, people who work in software, there are many jobs that are available to them. But if you don't know about software, if you don't know about AI, it's difficult to find a job. In the future, X plus AI and AI convergence will become more active. That's what smartphones were like. Things that we were able to do in the past became irrelevant overnight because of smartphones. That's the world that we live in. And so, what we need to do first is to expand the pool of people who have these skills. And if you have a large pool, then you could have some people who are excellent within the pool. And in the future, all jobs will ask for digital literacy. Professor Jordan mentioned this, and other professors have mentioned this. What is the most important is computational thinking. Computational thinking is the most important. Of course, it's not all, but it's one of the most important elements. But we're not teaching this well. And so we need to change our elementary and secondary education to emphasize computational thinking. When we think about computer programming, many people think that it's difficult, but elementary school students can have fun learning this. It's not difficult, it's just unfamiliar. And so we need to start as soon as possible to make this familiar to elementary school and secondary school students. We need to start there, and that would be the shortest cut in the long run.
마이클 조단 교수님한테 질문을.
Another question for Professor Jordan. From an outsider's point of view, what is the strength that Korea has and what is its weakness in terms of AI, data science, and machine learning, and in terms of nurturing talent? So from an objective outsider's point of view, since you have worked with people from other countries, so what is the strength that Korea has and what should be the direction forward? So please feel free to give us some advice.
I don't really have an answer to that. I think the right way to think about this field is that it's a branch of engineering that's emerging. So I'd like to think about chemical engineering. That was in the 1940s and 1950s. It was really exciting in that era. I'm sure there are panels just like this talking about the emergence of chemical engineering, okay? Because before that era, in the 20s and 30s, there was no chemical engineering. There was just chemistry and physics and fluid flows. But suddenly it was realized you could build factories that would take in the principles from chemistry and do this at scale and create brand new products. And you know, it changed our world. It really did have a big impact. And I think that that's really the right way to think about what's happening in this era. And I think that if you think about any given country, you know, chemical engineering, which countries dominated in that? I don't think anyone knows because all countries did it, right? All countries participated. Some countries did certain things a little bit better than others, and then there was trade. That's how good economies work and how real systems work. And so Korea will find its niche, what it's particularly good at in this, right? It's not going to dominate, but China's not going to dominate and the US is not going to dominate. There's too many problems, and they're specific to the particular country. And so I would think that Korea, I think that the comments here were very good. I agree with all of them. Training, you know, people who can think, problem solve, and think about the relationship to industry. You know, Korea has a long tradition of industry solving real problems. And, but don't think about it so much as, I think a smartphone is a good metaphor in terms of the revolutionary change it had. But you're not just making a piece of technology you throw out to people and they use it. Really, it is a problem-solving activity. It's more like a chemical engineering. It's more like saying, how do I build something? And how do I train people to build that thing? So I think, yeah, the other thing I want to say, though, is that in all countries, it's the young people who figure out how to do these things. So a country that is able to turn this over to the young people and not have a hierarchy of all the old people telling the young people what to do, but empowering the young people to have, you know, platforms and open up and have an exuberant startup culture. That's the critical path forward.
And if I can say one thing I do see both in the US and China, there's an exuberance and a startup culture, very entrepreneurial. In fact, in China 5 or 10 years ago, no startup culture. No, all the young people were very quiet. 5 years ago, complete change. They're all now starting up and, and going crazy with ideas. And so I don't know, we haven't heard too much about entrepreneurial and startup, but that is something that you have to have. There has to have an ecosystem that allows startups to try and fail in this discipline. It's not just about big companies and big pieces of iron and big data. It's about all the little ideas that can be tried out in many different domains and all the engineering skill to work directly on problems at various scales.
Thank you very much. 자, 그럼 마지막으로
We would now like to invite questions from the floor. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and wait for a microphone.
특별히 없으시면
If not, yes, did you have a question?
아마 직접 해주셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
You may ask your question. May I ask a question? Yes, we will take one question.
Explained how the Berkeley transformed itself, So I was actually wondering, there must be some resistance or, internal barriers, and the Berkeley, smartly overcome that. And I would like to listen to your, tips.
Yeah, there's barriers in all countries. And so we had a 5-year fight. We've created at Berkeley something called CDSS, which is Computation, Data, and Society. We want to make it a college. So MIT has a College of Computing, and I think that's good, but I think it should be a little broader, including inference, as I discussed. But we had a 5-year fight to get the deans to allow that. And you think about universities, it was 100, if you go back 100 years ago, universities had a college of chemistry, they had a college of mathematics, they had a college of liberal arts, college of humanities, and so on, college of engineering. Over the last 100 years, there's no new colleges, right? Very few. It's the same thing from 100 years ago. And in the last century, there was the development of computer science, of economics, of statistics, of all the information fields. And there are no colleges for that, all right? So I think that perhaps with different names, the one at MIT, ours at Berkeley, the ones I'm hearing about here called AI, that's really what we're starting to see. Finally, there's an umbrella structure that brings together many, many people in the university. So we did two things. We fought with the deans to allow a new dean to come in. But the other thing we did is we, again, empowered some of the younger professors. So these teaching was done with these connectors. It has 30 or 40 or 50 faculty from all around the campus helping to teach this material. And that's the 25-year-olds or the 30-year-olds. And we had to fight to give them credit to be allowed to do this, and credit to decide where they should publish and what they should teach and all of that. And that's, I think, something maybe Korea can work on too. China is not doing good with that. They're not allowing the young people to dictate, to decide where to publish. They have lists of where you have to publish. That's a disaster for a field like this. The younger people know where they should be publishing to have the highest impact. Let them decide. Let them decide what to teach. Don't tell them what to teach. So we had to do both, kind of fighting at the top level, but also empowering the younger level.
Good. 네, 그러면은 이번 세션을
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of this session. Thank you for your participation. Thank you very much for your participation in the presentations and Q&A. Thank you to the 4 members of the panel. Another big round of applause, please. We were able to realize the importance of nurturing AI experts. It feels like the threshold to AI has been lowered just a little bit. This brings us to the end of plenary session 4. We shall resume for plenary session 6, AI and the future of education, at plenary 6.
참가자 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 글로벌 인재 포럼 2020
Housekeeping remarks. We are just about to resume for plenary session 6. We would like to ask you to please come inside and take your seats.
본행사는 한국어, 영어,
We have simultaneous interpretation throughout the forum. Please utilize channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English if you are here on site. The interpretation receivers have been placed on your tables, and we would like to ask you to leave them on your tables on your way out. If you are participating online, there are Korean subtitles available, and all of the subtitles are available for people with disabilities. Thank you.
translation audio on the Global HR Forum YouTube. So please use it a lot. 세션 중 질의사항이 있으시거나
If you have any questions or if you wish to download presentation materials or the handbook, please utilize the forum application for your questions and downloads. Please refer to page 10 of your handbooks on how to use the forum applications. If you are participating through YouTube and if you wish to download materials or ask questions, please utilize the Eventus link on the bottom of your screen, and you may be able to participate after a simple registration process. Also, to minimize interruptions, we would like to ask you to please either turn off your cellular phones or switch to the silent mode. We will see you in just a short while. Thank you.
네, 다시 만나 뵙게 되어 반갑습니다.
It's a pleasure to meet you once again for this session. I hope that you had a refreshing break. We will now like to resume for plenary session 6 titled AI and the Future of Education. Recently, we have adaptive learning that is becoming the highlight of EduTech. With the help of technology, we are able to customize curriculum and learning for individuals according to their ability to learn. At this session, we would like to take a look at the prime examples of adaptive learning and machine learning-based programs. And let's take a look at how to maximize the result of learning by utilizing technology. We will listen to presentations and go on to a discussion session. We have with us CEO Chang Young-jun of Reed, CEO Lee Jae-jin of Ungjin Think Big, and CEO Kim Yong-jae of Nori. And the moderation will be done by Professor Yu Jung-soo of Jeonju National University of Education. Professor Yu. Good afternoon. Pleased to meet you. Due to COVID-19, we don't have many people joining us on site, but it seems that many people are participating online. So I hope that we will be able to share our discussions with many people through the online platform. Due to COVID-19, schools are in chaos. I think it's safe to say that we are going through trial and error throughout our society, but specifically, schools have been strictly offline. But now, all students are participating in learning through online platforms. Students are now meeting their friends and teachers in digital space, and they don't have opportunities to meet their teachers, but rather they are open to the information on the internet, and they are learning at their own speeds. So, how will schools change in the future? With the advancement of digitization, how will school space change? And in the field of edutech, adaptive learning will continue to develop. We have no choice but to introduce intelligent teaching and learning methods. We have CEOs from companies who are enabling customized learning by preparing for a new education paradigm. The Ministry of Education and other research institutes are preparing for this change as well. So we will share with you some prime examples of adaptive learning and share ideas on how to maximize the results of our education programs. Before we start the presentation, let me take this opportunity to introduce our three speakers to you. To my left, we have the first speaker, CEO Chang Young-jun. He graduated from UC Berkeley, and in 2014, he started his company, Luid. Luid uses deep learning-based AI learning, and it is Korea's first AI tutor. Before starting Luid, he worked in Silicon Valley. He worked with Papas Media, which is a webtoon platform. And he has experience of Chief Content Officer. He started his company Luid Apps, and he's continuing to expand his business. He's currently the director of the Intelligent Information Society. The second presenter has worked at Ungjin Think Big. He is the CEO currently. He does not have a background in computer science, but rather business management. And as I've mentioned before, he is leading Ungjin Think Big. Ungjin Think Big was the first company to introduce AI, and they are actually shifting to a home visit company, from a home visit company to an AI company. The last presenter is CEO Kim Yong-jae. He majored in architecture at Seoul National University. We can see that all three of them are not computer scientists, but they have different educational backgrounds, but they are continuing to use AI as a part of their service. CEO Kim Yong-jae founded Nori in 2015, and before he started his company, he worked at Deloitte as well as AP Kearney. So he was a consultant, and in 2008, he also had a experience of operating his own private academy. Nori actually uses math-based programs to analyze the abilities of individual students to provide customized programs, and currently he is providing his program to 200 public schools in the US to conduct math training and math programs. CEO Kim has his own philosophy. He hopes that through Nori, he will be able to provide a fair playing ground for the children in terms of learning. I think I have introduced all of our panel, the full panel to you. Let's go into our presentation. The first presentation will be by Mr. Chang Young-jun, who will talk to us about his program of AI tutors.
Good afternoon. I founded READ in 2014, and I am operating the company. I am Chang Young-jun. I'm going to talk about, as was mentioned by Professor Yu, whilst we're struggling with the COVID-19 pandemic, how is the edu market facing the challenges? And what are the technologies? How is the technology being applied to the education scene? I would like to talk about that. I think this is something that's familiar to all of us. The students are taking tests in their classroom. There are standardized tests composed of multiple choice questions, and so we rank the students, we assess the students, and we advise the students on which career to follow and which university to go to based on their test scores. The SAT, GRE, GMAT, these are all the standardized tests, but is it really effective to evaluate the students? They are the summative tests or the standardized tests, and they have been applied to the education system worldwide. And there are the students, the parents, and the teachers who make up the education scene, but none of them were satisfied with such standardized tests. When we look at the statistics and when we look at the survey results, we can see the dissatisfaction. And in order to have the students score well on these standardized tests, we have to provide them with a certain type of education. And is that really the education the students need? And so the results came out that the standardized tests were not effective in bringing out the students' creativity, and they don't increase the students' achievement. And so these are the results that came out from the research conducted by National Academy of Sciences. And there are many issues with the standardized tests, and we've all been witnesses to this. The essence of education, the goal that education should pursue, there are many misunderstandings and gaps between our ideals and the reality. And students and parents may become greedy to get good results, and there may be corruption. And the public education provides educational content, and there are tests provided, and that does not fulfill the true essence of education. And there were not enough content and enough capacity to provide the education to the students, and the students and the parents relied more on private tutoring. And that meant that the income and the wealth of the parents decided the quality and quantity of education students had access to. And so this was an essential problem to be solved in education. There were a lot of talks about the alternatives. READ is an adaptive learning and it is an intelligence learning. We provide such solutions. And there are ideas about stealth assessment. And so we assess the student's performance without the student knowing. And there's flip learning. And so I think these alternatives are worth trying. But the education scene is the most lethargic and has been lazy and has not been innovative enough. And so even though these new concepts were worth trying, nobody tried to apply these new things in the classrooms. And in the new agenda for education, there's the need to move away from summative assessment and to go to formative assessment. And this has been talked a lot for a very long time. READ has partnership with Brazil, Egypt, and the US and the Middle East, UAE. In these countries, they broke away from summative assessment and they have rebuilt the education system to adopt the formative assessment. Summative tests determine the student's performance with just one single test. That they line up the students and certify the students, and the goal of the education is to increase the number of students who are certified. On the other hand, formative assessment is more of a diagnosis instead of evaluation. For example, in the state of California in the US, there's an attempt made at University of California. For every 2 weeks, diagnosis is done on the students, but it's not to evaluate and line up the students. It's to provide the students feedback on the next steps and to model the education path. And so for the 2 weeks, there's personalized and customized teaching provided to the student, and then there is the evaluation for whether the 2-week personalized learning and content was effective. So this is a 2-week interval formative assessment that is being done. And this is worth trying, and it is being tested in Brazil, in the UAE, and in the US. Each country's Ministry of Education is moving in this direction in a desperate manner because of COVID-19. I believe the education industry is the laziest, and it does not like change. And if it changes once, then it will never go back. It's very difficult to implement changes in the educational sector, but because of COVID-19, it has gotten up from its seat and is moving away from formative and going away from summative to formative assessment. And there has been a decision made to do away with the standardized tests. And at the top of the pyramid, there are the agencies that are responsible for designing the tests, and so they're at a loss as to their future. We are providing online classes as a temporary stopgap measure. If you're a parent, you will know that the online classes do not provide the same level of classroom experience. The students cannot concentrate, and so the country's ministries of education are trying to find a way out. Online classes are only temporary solutions, and the testing agencies are at a loss because people cannot get together in one testing facility to take the offline test. And so, how to go about it? The online classes have been tried but failed, and the online classes have their merits because sometimes online communication is better than face-to-face communication between the student and the teacher. And AI could be the solution. In order for the AI to be scalable, there has to be data-driven decision-making, and it has to be based on deep learning. And so there needs to be prediction and inference based on data. And READ is providing a sample based on the Santa TOEIC, and I'd like to show you that sample.
네, 시청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. The product sample is being used as part of the pitch that I'm making to the countries that want to adopt formative assessment. READ is providing Santa TOEIC services, but the essence of READ is we have the B2B solution that we have researched and developed. And we wanted to test whether it is effective, and the prototype was Santa, and it worked. And so they were getting the results, and we are using Santa for marketing purposes, but READ is more a B2B solution centric. And with the prototype, we tested whether this content was effective or not. And with 20 hours of studying, the score went up by 160. But I like the number 900. That's the number of questions that students solve. When you do it on a paper-based workbook, it's only 11% of the students that solve half the problems, but if they solved it in a mobile platform, data has proven that they do solve problems in the mobile environment, and there is the AI that's supporting you, encouraging you, and giving you feedback. And 900 is the average number of problems that students solved on a mobile platform. And so quantitative evaluation is the key. And whether it's deep learning or formative assessment, we're breaking new ground, and we want to shift to a new paradigm. And AI, the new technology, we are not using these words just because they're buzzwords. We want this to lead to tangible results, less errors, more problems solved, better scores. And that is the goal. In the global market, the competition is now heating up in the US and in China. There are many edutech companies that are using state-of-the-art AI technologies, and they are breaking new records. And READ is doing knowledge tracing and prediction performance. And compared to other models of deep learning, when you use the READ model and run the simulation with the data, we can see that the accuracy is higher and there are less errors, and it's proven by the public data. And we have been cited in the top-tier conferences. In formative learning, what is most important is, well, AI is a black box. And so it's difficult to explain to the students why you need to solve such problems and why they're recommending such exercises. So the explainability is the key part. And so we have less dependence on the data provided by the test agencies. We can get the data from the responses from the students, and then we can make the right recommendations. And it can be explained in a language that the student can understand. We are calling the AI in the education field AI Ed, and it's a very young market. framework and libraries are put together and products can be developed maybe in other areas, but in the AI domain, we need a lot of research and we can't make a product like that. In finance and in the medical fields, even before AI, even before the COVID-19, there was digitalization. There was a lot of data, and AI research had taken place in the financial industry and in the medical industry. And so that's why we have a lot of AI commercial products. But the education field is new to AI. Everything was paper-based, everything was offline. And so we didn't have data to work with, and that's why the speed is very slow. And it's very important to prove the value proposition that AI can give to education. And the next important thing is to secure enough resources. The research field is quite young in AI ed. We need more scientists. But there was not much data to research, and so the scientists were not willing to engage in the relevant studies. The data is tagged, and 130 billion pieces of data have been made public, and we have a competition that is recognized. 1,500 teams have participated, and there's the tech grandmaster. Google selects or Taggle selects the top tier researchers, and they're the grandmasters, and 30 of them have participated in our competition. So it's not just medical or not just finance. They're not doing AI research in those commercial areas, but it's now safe enough to do AI research in education. And it's possible to become superstars in this AI ed. And so that's why we're having this challenge competition. Triple AI is the top tier AI conference, and we are hosting a workshop in Triple AI. And so you get a chance to present in this workshop. We have the researchers and the developers that can make a significant change. And so they're joining our company and they're in AI ed. And there are some big shots. Some have been frustrated because they weren't sure of how AI could change the education. The CEO of ACT joined READ, and Jim Larrymore also joined, who was the deputy director at Bill and Melinda Gates, and we have other big shots that have come on board. I'm running out of time, so I'll skip over some of the slides in the back. So this was the future of education and the role of AI from READ's perspective. Thank you.
Before we began, I asked you to please keep within their time frame. Well, I know that you will go over your allocated time inevitably. As someone in business, we have never been a lazy industry, but we are continuing to do our best. But as you're well aware, we never thought of education as an industry. But With the emergence of edutech companies, we do see that education is an industry. Well, the education that we have now is a framework that was established during the industrialization era. And so we see that due to COVID-19, we are inevitably breaking out of our shell. And we hope that this would be a great opportunity to listen to the three presenters. Well, when I saw the title SOTA, I don't know, I think many people would wonder why this word is used. Well, this means that it's the best model, state-of-the-art model. So of the various learning models, this is the state-of-the-art model. I think our CEO wanted to mention this, but he did not have enough time, so I just wanted to mention that. The presentation was a great opportunity for us to have a new view of the education site. Thank you very much. Another big round of applause, please. Let us go on to the next presentation. The title is EduTech from a COVID-19 perspective. Maybe we can give him a round of applause after the presentation. I am Lee Jae-jin of Ungjin Think Big.
어머니 안녕하세요. 신급이 투석 졸업생 수아 선생님이에요. 선생님! 선생님이랑 같이 놀아볼까? 스토리북, 아트북, 이야기를 한번 들어볼까? 아트북으로 한번 해볼 거예요. 선생님 너무 잘하세요. 12시가 더 잘하는데? 신경 돋는데? 잘 복습하고 다음 주에 보도록 하자.
예, 지금 보신 것처럼
As you have seen on the video, see you next week, she said. So we want to complement school education, and we want to think of education from the perspective of children. We wanted to strengthen self-learning or self-driven learning, and so from 2003 we have come up with our tablet-based program so that children can motivate themselves to learn and receive feedback and mentoring from teachers. In terms of the location of learning, we have learning centers that are available, and they can ask questions as they go along or participate in discussions. They could have group study sessions, so teachers would be present along with digital technology. From 2015, we have also introduced remote learning. In some places where remote learning is more effective, we have introduced remote learning for the students. It could be one-on-one or it could happen in groups. So we have conducted various trial and error, and it seems that 4 students per teacher is the most optimal choice in this setting. So as we conduct digitization, we were able to accumulate 3 billion data per month, which resulted in 100 million per day. And so we were able to accumulate big data. Using this big data, we were able to spot patterns. We could see how our subscribers start their education. They were learning the concepts, solving problems, and their behavior when they have a wrong answer, or their behavior depending on the level of difficulty. And based on these patterns, we thought we could introduce AI, and we believe that it would be an effective way to conduct education. 4 years ago, we started to collaborate in Silicon Valley, and we invested in Cadaptive. which has a great pool of doctorate degree holders. We have an algorithms with 6 modules, and we are applying that to education. First, we analyze the data so that we can analyze the perceived difficulty. The subscribers, even if they are given the same problem, then that doesn't mean that the perceived level of difficulty is the same. They are all different, and we are also able to predict the possibility of getting the right answer as well as the time it would take to get the right answer. And by conducting such analysis, we are able to provide a sufficient level of difficulty per subscriber or something that is just a little bit more difficult so that we can motivate them to learn. And because we're able to provide appropriate levels of difficulty, we can check their progress, and if they develop, then we can provide more difficult questions, or if they find it difficult, we can lower the level and make them go back to conceptual learning. And so we are able to motivate people or the subscribers to learn through these mechanisms. In the case of Luid, they mentioned that they want to motivate their subscribers to solve more problems. But for our subscribers, for example, they may be reading a book of problems and solving a workbook, and they may repeatedly come across problems that they can solve very easily. But through our AI-based learning, we can reduce the number of problems by 50% with the same results because we provide them with problems that would be appropriate for their level of learning. In order to conduct co-work with home visit teachers, we also classify the wrong answers. So whether the subscriber got the answer wrong because they didn't know, or whether it was a mistake, so we can classify why they got the wrong answer. And then based on this classification, the teacher that visit the subscriber at their home can provide coaching. Ultimately, we want to go to ultra customization so that we can make sure that we provide appropriate learning per person. This video is an example of twins. But as twins learn differently, just like twins learn differently, each student learns differently. So as I mentioned, we provide solutions based on analysis and classification of wrong answers, and we like to use these characters to provide messages to our subscribers because they are children, and we want to make sure that they're not hurt by the fact that they got something wrong. From the parents' perspective, although they're sitting next to their children as they learn, they're not sure about how they're doing in their learning. And so we provide AI feedback to our parents using this dashboard. And before solving problems, we are able to provide predictions. For example, your child can solve this problem, but she will get it wrong because of these reasons. And so we are able to provide analysis about their children. We are also using AR technology to enhance the interest of our students, especially for science and social studies. Because we are tablet-based, we could have actual dissection of frogs. Of course, they can dissect frogs at schools, but it's difficult to provide dissection of frogs at home. So these are some digital technologies that can be used to provide additional experiences. We try to leverage the positive aspects of digital technology to motivate the learning of our subscribers. We also wanted to contribute to our society. It seems that we are probably the only paper-based encyclopedia publisher in Korea that is left. We also have a digital encyclopedia, and the data in the encyclopedia is utilizing the open database that is opened by the government. So we would actually utilize our data and also the data from our open database of the government. And we also provide search engines. Well, most of the commercial search engines that are available are targeting adults. And so we actually have a digital encyclopedia that subscribers who are children can utilize as a search engine. Many of the students are staying home for remote learning because of COVID-19. And sometimes they don't have anyone they can ask a question to. And so that's why this becomes handy. Many of the teachers also mentioned that there is a lack of high-quality contents. Of course, great contents are being provided by EBS, but when teachers are looking for something extra, we have opened our videos, especially the recent videos, so that the teachers can utilize our videos for their classes. They can log on to their teacher portal, and we see that many of the remote classes have utilized our videos. And after the first semester being spent with remote learning, many of the teachers were concerned about achievement levels. And so they have asked that if we could actually open our AI-based math programs, although worksheets are handed out to the students, they're not interactive. And so if the students could have opportunities to solve AI-based math problems, then the teachers would be able to have feedback on the appropriate level of difficulty for their class. And so we have provided this program that we have for schools during the second semester. Of course, teachers can select whether or not to utilize these programs. Let's go on to reading. Well, in the past, we read from paper books, but now many of us read on e-books. We believe that e-books for children should be different. And when children read on a digital device, we thought that they could read more books. So we have a concept of the world's biggest library. So if you become a subscriber to our service, you have access to about 10,000 books. Every week, there is a weekly curation of books for children. And so this curation service is provided for our subscribers. And because we have an accumulation of data, if we apply AI to this, we are able to utilize recommendation algorithms. So each student would be recommended different books depending on their areas of interest, or parents can choose to select certain reading materials for their children. The Korean curriculum has a number of vocabularies that should be learned at a certain grade, and so we are able to utilize our AI analysis to see if certain vocabularies have been learned by the students, and if they have not, we will recommend books including the vocabulary. And in order to make reading more fun, I mentioned that ebooks for children should be different. We provide opportunities where the children can enjoy books with all of their five senses.
외군을 물친 바다책을 읽어볼 거예요. 오늘의 준비물은 마커들이랑 색칠 마커. 그럼 색칠 마커부터 색칠해 볼게요. 그 인터랙티브 북이 너무 재밌는 이유가 나만의 거북선을 만들어서 하는 것도 되고 어린이들한테는 어린이들은 강추해요. 엄청 예쁘게 색칠한 거북선 마커를 올려놔줄게요. 오, 이거 진짜 멋있게 나온다. 오, 너무 신기해. 내거 엄청. 오, 내가 만든 거 아직도 쓰는구나. 화살! 불화살이에요. 다는 많다는 뜻? 도둑이 많은 바다? 절대 아니. 도자기가 많이 묻혀진 바다? 섬이 많은 바다를 말해요. 섬이 많은 바다.
맞췄어요. 이순신 장군은 섬이 많은 이 지역을 어떻게 전투에 활용했을까요?
그 기러기 모양인가?
날개를 펼친 한 모양을 하고 있습니다.
그게 하트래.
아까 기러기라네.
그런가?
내 덕분에 전투에서 크게 이길 수 있었다. 아이고, 제가 한 건
왜 이걸 계속 기억하지?
재미있는 독서를 할 수 있도록
Fun reading
보시는 것처럼
is
오감을
possible
이용해서
because we are able to connect paper books with the video and with the painting that she has drawn. So it makes reading fun. It's different from the e-books that adults read.
영어가 영어로 뭐지? 글쎄, 그건 나도 잘 모르겠어. 바나코한테 한번 물어보자. 그래.
영어로 말하기는 내 전문.
우리 여행을 떠날까?
Shall we go on a trip?
Shall we go on a trip?
너 정말 똑똑하다.
그런 소리 자주 듣지만 매번 들어도 행복해지는 걸.
요즘 인기 있는 책 추천해줘.
원리가 보이는 과학 추천해줄게. 인터랙티브 북으로도 만나볼 수 있다고.
한번 찾아보자. 그래. 바나나리 보여. 우와, 진짜 신기하다. 보자. 바나코 진짜 똑똑하지 않아?
대화로 놀면서 익히는 독서 습관. 웅진 싱크빅 북클럽 프렌즈. 웅진 북클럽과 네이버 클로바가 함께합니다.
책을 읽을 때 아이들이 마찬가지로
So when they are reading, they can communicate with AI, they can learn English, and they can participate in the video itself. Naver participated in this service with us. Recently, the children are becoming more and more interested in characters. The students at elementary schools, they are interested in emojis rather than dolls, and so they want to create their own characters. And they want to be able to decorate their characters and read with their characters. It's the same for us as well.
it's difficult to go all the way to the login, but we want to create the login experience itself to be fun. So related to ebooks, as you have just seen, we have created interactive books, and we have been able to sell a total of 55,000 sets already. It's becoming quite popular in Korea. And we actually visited the London BET show in January of 2020, and we conducted a consumer survey. We were well received. And so we are in the process of translating our interactive books, and we hope that it will be available to the international market via Amazon or other channels. We believe that online learning and offline learning are both important. We believe that customized learning can help children online. We always envision the next 10 years of our children, especially in this changing educational environment triggered by COVID-19. We hope to contribute to the future of our children. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping your time. Because of COVID-19, I think the edutech industry could grow. Yes, education is an industry, as was mentioned by CEO Jang. Ungjin Think Big is coming up with a lot of content, and the Ministry of Education wants to introduce digital textbooks, and they are providing more realistic content, but it has been provided to only a handful of students. A lot more students are being exposed to many edutech services and products, and I think the COVID-19 was an opportunity. The Ministry of Education is also present, providing the experience and the content. I think the ministry should get ready before it's too late. And so converging the 40-year-old education industry and merging that with AI. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your insightful talk. We have 3 speakers in our session, and the last speaker is going to talk about innovating mathematics education through AI. I looked at the questions that have come up, and there were a lot of questions about customized education. Mr. Young-jae Kim of Nori will present.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. I work at Nori, which produces software solutions which teach math through technology. There are a lot of problems in math education, and we utilize technology to try to solve the issues. And I'd like to talk about how our technology can make changes in education. Many people emphasize the importance of learning math. Looking at the changes that will take place in careers, of the 20 fastest growing careers, 15 will require a background in math, science, including computer science. And so you will need background knowledge in math and science, and this does not apply to just Korea. In the US, the newly created jobs will require background knowledge and skills in math and science. Daum, Kakao, Naver, these portals, as well as manufacturing companies like Hyundai Motors, they're developing self-driving vehicles, and so in all fields they will be requiring math and science skills. And math is considered important as one of the basic subjects. But when we look at the reality, I think you've heard about this expression a lot. There's this term, students who have given up math. It's only the math subject that the students have given up on. And it's not only Korea. There are a lot of students in the US who have given up on math and they drop out of math classes. And so why do we have the students turn their backs on math, and why do they give up on the subject? I think there are two reasons. One is the classroom itself. There are students who give up math in high school and they just go to sleep in the classroom. And it's not just limited to schools. When we go to the private institutions, the cram schools, they can't really follow the math lessons. We have many celebrity cram school teachers, but even if you take lessons from such celebrity teachers, you can't really get your math grades up. The one-size-fits-all lessons do not work. And it's not just math, but it is especially math that students have a hard time keeping up. And sometimes the classes are divided into different groups depending on the student's capacity. But even if you have different groups of students, the knowledge that the students have may differ from one to the other. One student may excel in geometry, whereas the other student may be better in algebra. But if they're grouped in the middle group together, then it won't be effective teaching those students as a whole. And as was mentioned earlier, we don't have data in the education field. After students learn from these paper-based textbooks, they may learn something, but when they close their books, nothing remains. And so these are some of the limitations that we have from the traditional way of education. Education has changed, and of course we had the COVID-19, and the change is taking place more rapidly than before. In the US, the basic subjects like math and science, they see the gaps in the students' performances, and they want to come up with ways to reduce the gap. In the year 2010, they have shifted to a new paradigm, and they're using the new low-price devices and software technology in the classrooms. And so there are new technologies related to AI, and how will they change the math education? One is, what is most important in math is you have to know why you got a certain problem wrong. This is more important in math than in other subjects. In other subjects, you deal with topics and themes, like social science and science. If you lack some knowledge, then you can make it up and move on. But it's different in math. The mathematical knowledge accumulates from grade 1 until grade 12. And so if you didn't understand the material that comes before, then you cannot proceed. You have to know the equations to be able to know functions. And so you have to know why the student got a problem wrong, and then you may be able to prescribe to the student how to get the question right the next time. So how did we solve this? If you tear apart a math problem, you have to apply your previous knowledge to be able to solve this new problem. Of course, if you break it down into even granular units, it may be more than 4 knowledge units that are outlined here. It's not a matter of whether the student gets the problem right or wrong. You have to analyze the root cause behind why the student got the problem wrong. And so Nori came up with this drill down approach. When a student gets the problem wrong, you drill down into individual knowledge units, and then you make the analysis and diagnosis of where the student is weak. And when data accumulates in math education, AI will be applied not only for diagnostics, but it will be more useful in prediction. Based on the data of the student's performance, the AI will be able to predict which questions the student is likely to get right and which to get wrong in the future. And looking at the engine that we have, there are multitudes of mathematical knowledge, and whether you know it or not, if you don't know it, then you cannot proceed to the next stage, and we do the analysis with deep learning. And based on this, we can predict with what probability the student can get it right.
So we can analyze if the student would get a problem correct by 80 to 90% probability, then we would not recommend that problem because the student does not have to solve such an easy problem for them. If a problem has a probability of less than 20% of getting right, then that means that this question is too difficult, and for each problem, each student would need 4 to 5 different pieces of knowledge to solve that problem. And so if the probability of getting it correct is only 20%, then there's no reason for the student to solve that problem. So by calculating the probability of getting the problem correct, we would be able to present appropriate problems. And so the students would not be solving the same problems, but they have different problems presented to them, and then they would be able to build up their skills. And when they are able to solve more difficult problems, then they would be recommended more difficult problems. And this would be done based on AI to provide the optimal pool of problems for each student. The second is the teacher's role. Well, many people have talked about the evolution of the teacher's role. In early 2012, when we first started our company, when we met math teachers in the US, there were teachers who were afraid that if computers can teach, what would I do? So we were always asked these questions, but none of the teachers that we meet today to ask us these questions. They utilize the software and they know that they can teach better and the students understand better. And so that's why we are talking about the new role of teachers. Related to that, this is a great example, I believe. Personally, I love watching baseball. I don't play baseball, but I love watching baseball. And this movie is titled Moneyball, and it was about baseball. I'm sure some of you have already watched it. This character is a real-life character. And the core of this movie is that Oakland, which is a very poor team, is competing against New York Yankees. And Oakland beats New York Yankees using data. So they are introducing data to select their players.
In the past, the hitters who have the most number of hits and also home runs were thought to be the best hitters, but they added multiple pieces of data about contributing to a win, and that actually changed the world of baseball. If you take a look at baseball players today, there are analytics of, for example, the best trajectory that is created through the angles of the bat. So we would have analytics on the angle of the bat that would lead to the optimal trajectory. So data is changing everything, including baseball. And I believe that this could be applied to education as well. In the past, nothing was created into a database. And so it was difficult to provide prescriptions and teach the students. But thanks to technology, the role of teachers can evolve. Well, teachers are always overworked because they are burdened with paperwork and they're always tired. And they have to teach about 30 students per class, which seems quite impossible in reality. And so, in the end, by analyzing data, we are enabling teachers to coach their students. Here you can see a teacher's dashboard to show the predictive data for different students. And because we provide timely information and data, the teachers can intervene in the most optimal way with the right timing. Lecturers are those who just teach in the front, but coaching is about helping those who are left behind. And in the end, with digitization, the role of teachers will shift from lecturer to coach. We are experiencing this shift currently. The last point that I would like to make is the perspective of students. For students, whether they learn math on paper or on a tablet PC, they don't like it. Solving math problems is always difficult, but by utilizing AI technology, if we could actually add an element of fun, it could motivate the students. So we continue to try and gamify our programs so that students can compete against each other. The textbooks and workbooks, they are on paper, and it's quite lonely to solve problems alone. But what if you can compete against people of a similar age or similar grade across the country? And this would actually motivate students to learn. This is not something that paper textbooks and the workbooks could do. Paper does not react to the students, but our content actually reacts to our students. For example, there's a virtual tutor that guides the student. If they get it wrong, the tutor would suggest other ways to solve the problem. And so there's interactive tutoring that could help the students concentrate for longer. Here you can see a testimony of a high school student from the US that used our program. So she was quite surprised. So after each class, the students would go on to the next classroom, and she was surprised that the kids didn't want to leave at the end of the class. Who would want to stay in a math class even when the class is over? But the kids were having so much fun that they actually didn't want to leave at the end of the class. So she was very surprised to find this. We have many testimonies like this. We know for sure that the digital technology is valuable to our students. Here you see one of the Supreme Court justices, Sonia Sotomayor, and it inspired me, and so I left this quote in my presentation. When I first started NORI, this is what I strive to achieve: equality in education. This is something that I believe is very important. Whether it be Korea or the US, it seems that there are no societies where equality in education is achieved. With better income, you have better access to better education. Well, the area of Daechidong in Seoul, we all believe that there are better teachers there, and so that's why everyone wants to take their children to Daechidong. From a customer's perspective, I think paying high prices for tutoring, that kind of market exists because that is what the limitation of our education is. And so I believe that innovating math education through digitization can provide fair and equal opportunities for all children across the globe. And so using these products, I hope that we can contribute to equality in education. That's the goal and mission of our company. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
정말 긴 시간 동안 들어주셨는데요.
Thank you very much. In May 2020, it's quite recent, the Ministry of Education has announced a comprehensive plan for science and math, and it's very much in line with what Nori just said. There's deep learning model for math education. The Education Ministry is quite interested with the introduction of AI, the math discipline is thinking of how to merge AI. And so you have to have the math base. Some people are fanatics of math and say math is everything, but we cannot approach education in that way. How we could utilize AI and we could merge AI where necessary, and in those areas we need to have the math base. And there are tools and models developed by the startups that's already out for math. And when we develop the system in the Ministry of Education, I think these will work as good references. And so Mr. Kim Yong-jae was the final presenter. We've listened to all the presentations, and now we're going to have a Q&A and a discussion session. I looked at some of the questions that appeared, and the CEO Jang received the most number of questions. Maybe Mr. Jang asked his acquaintances to post as many questions as possible. Other CEOs, Mr. Lee and Mr. Kim, please invite your friends to post more questions for you. There's a common question for the three of you. The Ministry of Education is present, and this session is being live streamed to a wider audience. And so I'm going to ask you some common questions. Before I came here, I did tip you on some of the questions I might ask you. And I'm interested in data quality. The Ministry of Education is working with the Ministry of Science and ICT to build such an education platform. And in building the AI Ed platform, what's most important is data. How to utilize the data. We have to be able to predict with the data. So in that sense, data quality is most important. There are many algorithms that will be run, and data will be feeding into the algorithm to produce the predictive outcomes. 50 billion was used, and for Santa TOEIC solution, I think a lot of data points were put in. And so with a lot of data, you can enhance the accuracy of the prediction. And so you need to train your models with a lot of data. And we have to make the education environment more conducive. And so we have to extract the most representative of the data sets. And you are applying supervised learning with your deep learning models. So you are using the deep learning models. And if we were to apply this in public education, we have a lot of choices like EduNet. And so that's where our students' data is accumulated. So how can we extract the features from the students' data set? So what are the components that you can extract from your data sets? Could you answer in the order that you're seated? Reed has utilized existing deep learning models, and we also developed a new mathematical algorithm. And unsupervised learning is more prevalent. And she mentioned one of the models, that is SOTA. In utilizing the data, Reed prioritizes uninterrupted data. The AI doesn't have a final target, but you train the AI model with the uninterrupted data. You may have heard of it. If data is the oil, then the well-labeled data is gold. There is data that is labeled, but some data is not labeled. In MLP, we place the data and we observe what comes out of it. And based on the initial insight that we acquire, we set our intended targets, and that's how we develop the models. And so if you utilize the data in that way, we get some unexpected, interesting results, and we are summarizing those results in papers.
For us, 80% of our subscribers participate in smart learning, meaning they use a digital tablet PC. And because it's self-motivated learning, they would log on every day to learn. In terms of time, our Chief Information Officer has come up with a system to collect data every second, and the master data, including their age, the difficulty of problems, and where they are along the curriculum is all stored. And so we have high quality data that is accumulated every day in real time. We also connect that with AI API so that we can provide feedback and a refreshed selection of problems. In order to utilize the data, we go through pre-treatment as well. At NORI, currently we are limited to algorithms in math. And so, what is the most important is that there could be various variables in predicting the ability of the students to solve math problems. But what is the most important
is the knowledge system included in math? How are we going to draw the knowledge system, and that will impact the future of the children? And so we don't believe that the age or gender of the students are not that important for our algorithm. So we are working on refining our algorithm, and of course, different approaches may be available for different subjects, but for math, the knowledge system is quite similar in countries around the world, including the US and Korea. And so we're creating our system based on the knowledge system of math.
최근에 본 논문
I recently read a paper. It was about the machine learning system in math. Emotional learning is at play. When you cannot solve a problem, it shows on your face and you can capture the facial expression. And does your system apply this type of emotional learning? Most of the products are on the mobile platform, and we provide mobile services, and we're experimenting with deep learning on the mobile platform. And so we don't have the facial expression recognition applied yet, but what is important is we have tried eye tracking technology. There are users who look at the screens, and we look at the movement of their eyeballs. What are they looking at? Where do they stay longer? Which word or which sentence are they concentrating on? So if they stay on longer on a certain word or a sentence, that means they're not understanding that fully. The student may not say explicitly that I do not understand this, but by catching their eye movement with eye tracking, we can gain a lot of helpful data. And so with that knowledge, we can provide more elaborate learning services to the students.
It's the same for us as well. We are working with 2 partners, and we are using the cameras embedded in our tablet PCs, and we do eye tracking on what the eyes of the children are focusing on. We are in the research phase, and we don't have products with such technologies yet. When our subscribers solve the problems, we find that the students try to avoid the problems, and we use AI to work around that issue. Well, currently, we don't have any products with eye tracking embedded, but not only eye tracking, but also behavior patterns are being researched so that we can take a look at variables that impact the level of concentration of the children. And so we may be able to reflect that in our products at a later stage.
우리나라 기업들도 굉장히 많이
I think the Korean companies have come a long way. I did prepare 4 common questions, but in the interest of time, I will just ask one more. The edutech companies are naturally entering the public education market due to COVID-19. And will this continue in post-COVID-19 era? I think so, because the technology is changing fast. The Ministry of Education, the public sector alone, I don't think can handle the change. So naturally, the private sector will participate, and they will be solving the problems in the education scene, and they will be giving help. With the participation of the edutech companies, I'm sure you've tried many things, but then again, you must have come across many challenges. What are your strategies for coexisting with the public sector in the public education market? Mr. Kim Yong-jae first. In Korea, I think there's a huge division between the public education and the private education. In the US, if the content is good enough, the schools will pay for that private content and teach the students with that content. But there's a strong division in Korea. With COVID-19, I believe the public education feels the need to change, and many edutech companies, I think it's necessary to create more channels for the edutech companies to enter the public education scene. And if the schools are given a certain amount of budget, the teachers will choose the best service possible. And so we need to be provided with the platform or with the market. As for the ideas, if there is an open marketplace, I think we can put up our products and services, and the schools will be able to make the choices and make the purchase. I don't think the division between public and private education will be meaningful anymore.
As for us, in the process of manufacturing our products, we always collaborate with teachers. We have many pools of advisory teachers, and because of COVID-19, many of the teachers have requested that we open up the use of our products at schools. Before that, we were not sure if we should provide our products to schools, and we were not sure if the schools needed our products. But COVID-19 has helped us understand each other better, and we have come to understand that schools are a necessary part of our lives. And I think everyone has learned about the value of schools due to COVID-19. And I believe that AI will help our students. So the services created by edutech companies will certainly be helpful to the schools. And I hope that we will be able to create a marketplace where we can screen the available technologies and utilize them as needed at schools.
As for READ, we have not had the chance to collaborate with the Korean education officials, but we have been contacted by a textbook company, Mirai N, and so the companies that have provided public education content could be our future partners. Rather than saying that we have been concentrating, well, we have had the inquiries coming from the Ministry of Education of other countries. So they were interested in the technologies that should be applied in the future. But starting this year, the offline-based public education did not function because of COVID-19, and we are getting the inquiries. We are getting the inquiries from Brazil, the Latin American countries, the US, and the Middle East. They're interested in how to educate the students in a contactless environment, how to diagnose the students' performances, and even if the teachers provide the content to the students, how can they personalize the content to 20 different students? And before the students solve the problems, how can they predict the students' performance, and how many of the students will complete the homework? The teachers want to be able to predict to a certain extent the students' future performance. And so a lot of the inquiries was about the prediction, and so that's what we are talking about with the ministries of education.
I think we are almost out of time, but because we have a Q&A online, we should review those questions. I will read them to you. What are some areas of education where AI can be used? So what areas are possible and what areas are not?
What are the subjects, or what are the majors that AI can teach? Well, could you discuss the areas which will be difficult to apply AI? I don't want to talk about applicable or non-applicable, but there are certain areas in which we're better off without AI. And so we have to first think about efficiency. Does efficiency with AI help the learning? And does AI help the student find his or her potentials better? So there are areas in which we can benefit from AI. Math, science, language. I think they're better off with AI, and AI can play a decisive role. But music, art, the creative disciplines, if AI is applied, is it the right way to go with such efficient learning? If the students learn efficiently with AI, I don't think it will be helpful in fulfilling their potentials. There are areas where emotional and sentimental side should be emphasized more, and in those areas we're better off without AI. And I am so sorry that AI was applied to the Go game. The Go game is most interesting when two human minds collide and they play out their intelligent moves. But AI has taken out all the fun out of the Go game. And so I believe music and art are better off without AI. Thank you, Mr. Jang. I agree with what you said about the Go game. We need to have interaction between two humans. And if efficiency is key, then we're better off with AI. But there are certain areas where face-to-face education is more important, and where the teachers can coach and mentor the students. And there are certain areas where we need the compassionate help of teachers. AI should only be applied to areas in which we are left without resources. And so if we apply AI in all the right places, then it will be beneficial. I have to conclude the session in the interest of time. I would like to thank the three speakers, and I'd also like to thank the online and offline participants. I am sorry that I could not entertain all your questions, and so if I have the chance, I will ask your questions on your behalf and get the answers back to you. So a round of applause for the three speakers. Thank you.
시간을 만들어주신
Thank you very much to the four members of our panel. I have already concluded. Should I conclude again? Well, we are past our scheduled time. Thank you very much for joining us until the very end. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear the actual activities of our companies. This brings us to the end of day 1 of the Global HR Forum 2020. I believe that it was informative for all of us. I also enjoyed the learning opportunity on how AI and humans can exist together. I don't think we have the answers yet, but I look forward to a great learning opportunity once again tomorrow. We have more sessions and tracks for tomorrow. Please refer to the link that we have sent via text. And we look forward to your participation tomorrow as well, so that we can share information about future talent. Please make sure that you leave your receivers on your tables. Thank you very much for joining us at the Global HR Forum 2020. And we would like to ask you to turn in your name cards on your way out. If you are not coming back tomorrow, please make sure that you bring back your name cards tomorrow if you are coming back tomorrow. Please remember that your lunch vouchers will not be replaced if you lose them, so please hold on to them. Thank you very much. I am Kim Na-yoon. Thank you very much.